Oh guys, oh my camera's really bright, let me sort that out. No one needs to see me that bright.
Destroy him, my robot.
Hi guys. Thanks to the host, Finn. That music's really loud. Let me know if the music's too loud for you guys. You know, my speakers it's a bit loud. Who we've got? We've got Andy, Shalan. Oh, I'm Shalan. Andy, Steps, Prince Phase, Akmafin, Decor29, Andy Mighty Knight, I think I've said that. Hi guys. You feel dirty today? I wrote some self-mod code and I can't scruff. Yeah. It's pretty easy, so pretty easy to do, and gives you quite some performance. So yeah, I need more wine. Can't get that out. Everyone has forgotten everything about this game. Yeah, me included. Oh my god. So I'm going to finish off this terrible wine from the other night, which I can't seem to get the cork out of. Getting this wrong, haven't I? Let's do this properly. Oh no, that's right. What am I doing? Made a mess of that. Broke the handle off my... Whatever. It's tomorrow's problem. I'm just blindly reading off the list, so... Still a bit loud, that. Oh god, this wine is awful. I've got another bottle, but I thought I'd get through this first. Warm up on the terrible stuff. Okay. I need to remind myself where we're at with this game. I had some ideas for kind of theming the game a little bit with the UI. Thanks for the follow, Maxi Alpha 79. Welcome to the stream, dude. Aquafin is the best Joker around. I did auto read that. Drink the good stuff first. Well, I'm trying to get, because this was already open, so I just want to get through this first. It's not a lot left. I've probably got another glass in it or something, so clip that and only that. I'm fully expecting that to be a clip very soon. Just going to check where we're at with the game, and then I'm going to explain what idea I had for theming the game a little bit. Oh, we were doing the bonus, that's right. It's to do with this transition. Okay, cool. So, first thing is we've got another font that Steps made that I'm going to replace this with. But I want to explain what I wanted to do, so I'm going to open up Paint and then just to show. And I'm also, actually I can show you what I click on panel. So I was playing Super Mario Maker. I don't know if it's gonna, let me try and die. No, it doesn't show it on there. Basically, there's a really nice transition when you complete a course. And the way it works, I think it's on Super Mario Maker. It might be on the golf game actually on the DS. Basically, the screen fills up with blocks of colour. So if you imagine, grab some shapes. Imagine some kind of... It would probably be too... Oh God. Really?
Destroy in my robot.
So you imagine bands like this, but zooming onto the screen at slightly different speeds. So the end result would be some striping of slightly different colours. But it would all come onto the screen at different points, and I could do this with sprites. And it would make a nice transition to end the level, and then the bonus appears over the top of this. And once it's transitioned, you can turn the sprites into splits. Thank you for the host, Hayes, and thank you for the host, Fistmaster2K4. Let me try and find that transition effect somewhere. I'm probably going to struggle to find this on a video though, aren't I? Because of the way my computer runs videos at the moment for some weird reason. Thank you for the follow, Guti. Gameplay review. Let's just check this. I think it is Mario Golf actually that has it in, not 3DS, not Mario Maker. Why video is not running? Maybe I need to pause. Maybe it's Brave. Maybe that's why I have issues. Let me try opening Chrome. So I thought what I'd do. I'm not gonna do this change tonight. I think there's room for this in the just turn that off. There's room for this in the polish phase, but it just means I'm not going to focus too much on the look and feel of the bonus screen until we come back to the polish, because it'd make a nice, yeah, there we go, that's the okay. So we just watch this transition here. Yeah, see it there? That nice transition. I mean, it wouldn't be slanted like that. It would be completely horizontal. But it's a nice little transition, and I think it could work quite well for the game and create a nice theme as well. So you would have that. You would have that kind of color scheme on the intro. Then when you go into the game, it would do that transition into the game. And then when you finish a level, it would do that transition to the bonus, and then back into the game, and so on and so on and so on. Oh, Aquafin's clipped it. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, I think that would be a nice effect, and it would add a real kind of polish to the transitions, I think, rather than have kind of slightly different transitions for different things. So I'm not going to worry too much about that now. That's something I'm going to do later. Maybe we'll do that on the next stream actually, because I do want to start looking at the intro at some point. What I want to do on this stream is a little bit more of the missing gameplay. This bonus is pretty much solid now. These values aren't being calculated yet, but we can do that when we finish with the gameplay. So what I thought we'd do today is look at power-ups, because we haven't really talked about power-ups, and I think it's something that the game needs to add a little bit more of a kind of variation to the gameplay. Turn this back on. Oh, hopefully Flubits is on, by the way, for those who want to follow on Flubits. Should be on anyway. Fingers crossed. Can I delete clips? I think I might need to delete that clip. I don't want to be known as the person who claimed that. Flubit seems okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I thought we'd do power-ups today. little bit of a change. Just because we've done bonus screen for like 2 or 3 screens now, it'd be good to kind of move away from it for a little bit, especially as I've got this idea for the transitions that would mean kind of not rewriting them, but kind of shuffling things around a little bit and changing completely changing the transition. But we can do that at a later date, and it'll be an interesting exercise as well, because it's going to be a full screen of sprites basically being stretched across the screen and then multiplexed down the screen. I think we can make that look really nice, especially with the nice font that Steps made. I'll just show you the preview that Steps sent me. Yeah, the Mario Golf is the one. I'll show you it again. I think this was the... So in Mario Golf, it's do you know it's this Brave browser for some reason. For some reason, the Brave browser doesn't let me do that. So in Mario Golf, it's kind of diagonal, which I think could still be done, but I think it's kind of unnecessary. I think we can still achieve a similar effect without the diagonals. Hopefully it's... That's it. Yeah, so watch the top screen there. That kind of effect of different bands kind of going across the screen. So I think what they would use a color fade to go from a dark color up to a lighter color, and they would move across the screen while changing color. So when they come in, they go from dark to light, and they finish on a light color. I'm not sure what the color would be yet, but then when they fade out, they would go the opposite way. So they would come in at different times and different speeds, but they would all line up together. Also, the color fades would come in at different speeds as well, so you would get that kind of that strange color banding across them all, but they would all end in the same way. So you would have a solid color on the screen. And when it goes off, it just does the reverse, basically. It goes off the screen at different speeds, fading at different times. But we can use the same color scheme for the title screen and for the bonus screen, and it will kind of, hopefully it will tie things together a little bit more. Yeah, using tweening as well. Have I tried the run gun? I haven't yet, actually, no. Modern influences, and yeah, I think so. I definitely recommend when you're making games for retro systems to think about the stuff you've seen in modern games since then, and try and bring some of that into the C64, because there's a reason why these things are done. They're done to kind of create fluidity and solid theming of games. So tweening, for instance, is something I use a lot in C64 stuff, but it's something that wasn't really done that much back in the 80s, but it's definitely a kind of modern... It's not that modern, I mean, it's been around for a while, but the use of it in games is definitely... Flash has kind of brought that more to the forefront, and since Flash, like, every game uses it. I mean, mobile games use it extensively, and you can see it in the Mario Golf stuff as well. Try it on the street. I don't think there's a lot to dissect, though, to be honest. I mean, it's fairly... It looks really nicely made from what I've seen, but there's nothing particularly special going on in there. It's just well made, that's all. The collisions are just normal collisions. There's nothing special about the collisions. The only reason it seems snappier on that compared to this game is because I took some shortcuts with this game for the sake of getting it done quickly. But if you look at well, you can't look at Doc 2 because it's not out yet, but like my collision system in Doc 2 is pretty much the same. It does exactly the same thing. It's just about where you do the collision adjustment. So if you do it in the middle of a frame, then you might get the snapping adjustments. If you do it prior to drawing anything, then you won't. So you like to gamble them. I think there is a gamble feature. I think you can just do is it gamble 100? No. Yeah, there you go. There's nothing unique though yet, so let's turn off these videos. I will think of well, I have got an idea, but it's going to take some time to make. Okay, so what we're going to do tonight then is we're going to do the power-ups. So let me put the enemies back again, and I'll explain how the power-ups are going to work. So we have this list of enemies, which currently is just a list of enemy types. And I think we've only got 2 enemy types at the moment, so we do stuff like this. And this means that this level will now spawn 6 enemies before the level ends. You see the bulges in the pipes, and we should get 1 of each. So what I was thinking was the power-ups would be just another enemy type, you know, with a special behaviour that does something when you pick it up. Obviously there's that bug again. I need to figure out what that is. That's might be something we do tonight as well. Figure out what it is. And so I was thinking the enemy types would just have. I do like that shake. It's cool. We would just have another value here like that, and whenever it hits this, it's a power up basically. The reason I want to do it like enemies is because then it gives another advantage to somebody who knows the level. So if you know that on level 2 you get 3 walkers, 3 flyers, and then a power up, you can count them, and when you see the 7th pipe start bulging, you can make your way quickly to that, so you have the power up. And so power up wise, I'm going to write down what I think we should have. So I think speed should be 1. So when you pick it up, it kind of doubles your speed or so. How can you see? I think it's points. I think. Yeah, there you go. How has Andy got more points than me? What's that about? So there should be a speed power up. This is kind of fairly normal. I think there should be kind of like an invulnerability power up. So kind of like the star in Mario. If you've got that and you run into an enemy, it doesn't kill you. It will automatically stun the enemy. Oh my god, I can't spell invulnerability. There we go. KFC power up. watch when you're in bed. Oh my god. That's a good point, actually. I think if you stay on the stream when I raid somebody, you probably still get points while you're in my channel still, I think. The other one I was thinking, which would be a 2-player only power-up. So we've already got the crown, which is a 2-player only thing, although it's in 1-player mode at the moment and it's there. But in 2-player mode, we could have something which switches the colours, these platforms, between the 2 players. So if you imagine these 2 white platforms were yellow, and then you grab the switch, then all the yellow platforms would become red and all the red platforms would become yellow. So let's I'm going to put a little star next to that, so that would be a colour switch. So that's 3. I'm sure there's going to be more that I can think of, but let's just make them spawn, I guess. And we can get the speed and invulnerability running straight away. That's pretty easy to do. So I'm going to leave this 255 in here. But I'm going to move it down so it spawns fairly immediately. And then we need to figure out, well, first of all, we're going to need a sprite for this, so... It's not the right folder. I have to cryptically name some of my folders so that you don't see what they are when I'm on stream. She's a bit frustrated. Sprites, there we go. Oh god, which one are we using now? There's so many freaking folders. It's getting really warm, yeah. So we have player sprites.bin. Player sprites.bin, but that doesn't tell me which one it is. Freaking hell, which one of these is it? I need to stop having so many folders. I think it might be that one. Yeah, I think it is that one. Looking at the player sprites, they fit kind of neatly into there. We do have some dynamic sprite absorb frames. Okay, so I think we've got room for a couple of sprites in here. So I'm just going to put some very basic power-ups in here for now, just so we can see what they are. I really don't care what they look like. Well, actually, let's make them look slightly okay. Let's not make them look absolutely terrible. So we've got blue and pink, and then any colour we want. So I think blue would probably be some kind of border. How's everybody's Saturday been? Everyone enjoying the lockdown? Or are you all going mad like I am? That'll do. Just make it a bit smaller. So it's 21 players. Let's make it so. Just trying to make it so that it's the same 16 by 16. It's a nice kind of nice size. Anything more than it's too interesting. So actually it might need to be a little bit bigger because this is a bit too small. Yeah, let's make it one wider. Actually, we have collision. We have sprite to sprite collision, don't we, based on squares, so based on rectangles it's been fine. You had KFC, yeah. Yeah, it is a bit of a Corona beard, isn't it? I keep saying I need to shave it a little bit, but I don't see the point. I don't have to go anywhere. Yeah, so, so I just haven't done anything about it yet. Ooh, why is everything moving up? That's weird. Why is everything moving up? Because I've got them all selected. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be our basic shape for power-ups. Now, actually, these should probably be in the enemy sprite, shouldn't they? So, which at the moment are just in here. So I'm going to put them there like that. There we go. And then this is all room for sprites. I think we might need some more sprite space. We don't really have an awful lot. There's a bit of a char set up there. We could probably squeeze some in right here somewhere. And depending on how we do the loading, we could have different enemies loading from cartridge or something. Are you sure? Do I look like Santa Claus? A really dodgy Santa Claus. Let's get through this wide. The first class isn't too bad, but I think once it starts getting warm, it's a little bit too sweet and sticky. Oh, that's a good point, actually. So Luma is coming out on tape very soon. It might actually be available now. I'm going to put a link to it. No, it's not available yet. I haven't been sent a copy yet, so I'm hoping I do get a copy. But yeah, you can pre-order it there. Hopefully he's. Oh God, I did ask him to blur out the passcodes on the screenshots, but that's not been done. So, yeah, it's available there for pre-order. I don't know how well it's doing. I've not heard much from him, to be honest. But all proceeds go to charity as well. So it's being sold, and all proceeds, all money I would get is going to go to the charity, and also all the money that Bitmapsoft make on it as well is going to go to charity as well. So they're just happy to have another game in the collection. I mean, I'll gladly buy a copy if I have to. I'm not too fussed if I have to buy a copy, but I just don't know what's going on with it at all. Okay, so we're going to use these sprites here, so the enemy sprites, to do the power-ups. I'm going to say 6 should be the maximum number of power-ups we have, so it fits nicely into here. I try not to make them just all look pink. That's a bit annoying if they all look pink. So let's do a speed power. Let's just write up the rest. Yeah. It doesn't really matter how good looking this is at the moment. Let's just get it in here. Let's get it centered though. I mean, that's not quite right, but it'll do. Oh, the now played isn't working. Okay, one sec. Can you hear the music though? Oh, it's definitely there. Why is that not? There we go. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Thank you for the follow, Guti, as well. I missed that, I think. I might not have missed it. I might have said, but thank you for the follow anyway. Okay, so just going to put the 1 in for now. We'll just keep that here. Definitely need to sort these sprite files out so that I'm confused. Cool. Alright, so currently the way this works is when an enemy spawns, one of these functions in here is going to run. I need to remind myself. Okay, so update enemies. It's pipes, isn't it? It's this one here. Okay. So check the spawn timer. If there are less than 5 enemies, so check the enemies left to spawn. Do we have an active pipe? No. So spawn at a random inactive pipe. Okay, so next enemy index. Pipe enemy type X. The pipe bulges. Draw the bulge. So it's this bit here. See, spawn enemy from pipe. Whatever that might be. Here we go. Pipe enemy type X. So at this point here, no, I don't. Let me put that on actually, because I was really surprised at how well that train sounded last night, and I kind of want to hear that. It's just in Streamlabs, isn't it? I think. And thanks for the sub, Hayes. 8 months, man. It's freaking awesome. No, I found it online. I'm not that clever. I was massively surprised with how accurate it sounded, though. It was really good. I was almost wetting myself. How do I turn it on? Text to speech. I thought it was like a global setting somewhere. Oh, it was so funny. Oh, general settings. There we go. I don't know where it is. I have no idea how to turn it on. If someone can easily tell me how to turn it on, I will do that. Okay, so why is the enemy type number? And the enemy type number defines how the behavior is working here. So these behaviors are, this is enemy 1, this is enemy 2, and so on. Now, when it gets to pick the enemy, it picks based on this lookup table here, and we're pressing in 255. So what I'm going to probably do is change that to 0 actually. Oh no, because 0 is the terminator, so when it sees a 0 at the end, it's finished. So what we need to do is we need to convert 255 to 0. So, oh, did you actually manage to do the third rescue? Awesome. I left just before it. Thanks for the follow, Abdallah El Mahdi. El Mahdi, welcome to the stream, dude. Yeah, I left just before that happened, I think, because I know you were trying just before, but I didn't see the end result. I'll have to go back and have a look for that. Oh, there we go. Under alert box, subscriptions, alert box, subscriptions. Read message, text to speech. Ah, there we go. Oh, so I have to turn it on for individual ones. Okay, let me just do that now. So turn it on for that one. Let's turn it on for bits. Oh. Doesn't seem to have it for bits. Oh, text to speech, there we go. And put it on donations as well. I think that's probably... There we go. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to use 255 to define a power-up. But when the power-up is actually read from the behavior list, it's going to be behavior 0, because that's the one that's blank up here. Let's just double check I saved that on subscriptions. My ROFL soy 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 soy. Okay. Yeah, that's all set up now anyway. Yeah, very sorry. I didn't make a helicopter sound. The train was amazing. The train was perfect. Right, okay. So yeah, you see here the very first entry in the enemy behavior table doesn't actually have an enemy behavior. It's just a blank one there. So thank you for the gift sub, DMX87, and welcome to the subs, Old School Coder, and welcome to the stream as well. You've been lurking. At least I've not seen you. I missed you coming in. And yeah, it's Kim Wilde. Okay, so we're going to, at this point here now, we'll do a check. So I'm going to put loads of, we need to start putting more comments in. So if enemy type is 255, and it's a power up. So select, so 2 0 pick up behavior. So because we're loading Y, we will have set the flag. I'm not expecting there to be more than 128. I think so, yes, I think I've set it on bits alerts as well. Perhaps on with sub icons. Sub icons. Oh, yes. That's the... Yes, I need to write some of them down. I might do at some point. That's a good candidate for the new laptop and its stupid pen. Occasionally the music just goes really loud. I wish there was a kind of normalizer on the music. So because we're loading Y, the negative flag will be set. I don't expect there to be more than 128 behaviors. So basically, if the number is positive, we don't need to do anything, which it's from 0 to 127. However, if it's minus, then that means it's at 255, because that's the only other behavior number. So we're going to set it 0, which means it's then going to pick up this behavior here. And I'm going to change this now to power up. Power up. So this is our power up behavior now. I really like my 2080 Ti. It's good. I've got two. I'm kind of regretting buying two because there isn't enough games that really use the NV-Link and SLI. But when it does work, it's amazing. I mean, Tomb Raider is incredible. I can run Tomb Raider in absolutely full everything and still hit the monitor refresh rate cap at 144, so in 4K. So, but yeah, I really like it. I just wish I used it more. I mean, I'm using it for what's essentially just C64 emulation, so it's a bit overkill, and for the voice stuff as well. It's not the best time to buy a 2080 Ti though, to be honest. There's rumours that the next lot are going to come out in 3 or 4 months' time. No idea. What I'm doing is progressing. Oh my god.
All we do is LD8 star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LDA. Star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LD8 star. LDA star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LD8 star, LDA. Star, LD8 star, LD8 star.
Wow, there needs to be a way to limit that.
Star, LD8 star, LD8 star. LDA, Apatni 1 Nana.
It sounds like a Two Unlimited song, doesn't it? Certainly more lyrics than most, anyway. So the power-up behavior is going to be a little bit unique in that it's going to select its sprite randomly. It's going to select its power-up type randomly. And that's because we've got these nice little functions here. So every single one of our behaviors starts with these 3 functions. And that's so that when a behavior is called, it can be called with an offset into each of these in order to, an offset to the 0, 3, 6 in order to trigger one of these behaviors. So what do we need to do? So we need an on spawn, which is gonna which is gonna actually do the selection of the power up, and then we need some dynamic data as well. So we're gonna need to know. So this is the dynamic data. We can store whatever the hell we want to in these locations. The sprites, the behaviors have the ability to kind of store additional static. You can see here additional static values that we can use for behaviors. First live stream up to episode 5. Thank you. Doesn't go far enough. I see you on my Jim Butterfield shelf. I'm embarrassed to say I've heard the name Jim Butterfield, but I'm not sure who it is, so I'm going to look that up. And I like the fact that I'm sat on a show. It's kind of cool. Ah, okay. Jim Butterfield. I do know that person, actually. Okay, cool. Wow, I'm honoured. So, yeah, I'm really bad with names, unfortunately. If it's not a name that I saw on the title screen of every game that I played excessively, then I don't know, unfortunately. But I definitely recognise the name, and when I saw the little wiki article there, I do know who it is. So, yeah, I'm really bad with names, names and faces.
1, 2, 3. Outrun. 1.
No, there's no limit. Except 65,535, which is definitely the limit.
1.
Thanks for the bits, Fistmaster. Also, thanks for the bits before, Hayes. I was too busy laughing at what you typed. I did consider. Thank you for the bit steps as well. I did consider doing Statman lyrics in Hazy's channel last night, but then I was looking up interesting things that text to speech does, and found the Can I actually cheer myself? I'm gonna try cheer myself. Hang on. So I found this. So it's the remote way I remember it's Tchaikovsky, DVD, Ecstasy, HE. And then just put that in a few places. You cannot cheer my own channel. Alright, fair enough. That sucks. Trick to remember a feature about the person. Like, okay, that's Dan with the glasses or something. Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually. That's pretty good. Oh, okay, so that combination of letters creates that train sound. So, and they use put woo woo in the middle. Okay, right. So to go back to
2, 3. Outrun. 1.
TCH DVDX
Oh.
TCHE woo woo TCH DVDX TCHE TCH DVDX TCHE.
Now that's interesting because on.
TCHE.
Oh my god, it's going to do it again, right? No. That's interesting. Because that sounded completely different on Hazy's stream. I wonder why. Oh well, anyway, getting distracted. We've not really done anything yet, so let's go back to this. So we need an on-spawn. So let's just have a look at the on-spawn. So the on-spawn here in the normal enemy is setting some values in the static memory. So I can't remember how many bytes of static memory each behavior has, but it does assign some. We're using 3 here. I don't think we're going to need more than 3. So let's just set some things in here so we can have power up type here, and that's going to be 0. So this is basically the only one we really need. And we need a random function kind of like this. So we're going to grab a value randomly. I'm going to just for now it's going to be from 0 to 3, so that means we need 4 power-ups at the moment. We're going to need 6 in total, I think, but let's do 4 first. We can always adjust this later. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, so now we've got a value from 0 to 3, and we're going to store that in power-up type. So now this behavior, once it spawns, is going to select a power-up type. Set enemy frame 16. Okay, I'm not sure what that is doing. It's been so long since I did these things. I'm not sure what these are doing now. So let's go and have a look at enemy frame. So where are the enemies loaded in? They're loaded in. Okay, so 16 is the first sprite in this sprite sheet here. So that's this one here. So let's set it to this one. So this would be sprite 56, which is 56 is 38 in hexadecimal. So we'll do this here. I do recommend, as I've said this a few times before, I do recommend when you're using assembly to try and just get used to using hexadecimal where you can. It's just, I mean, you don't always need it. I mean, I'm not using it here, but I mean, these are the same in hexadecimal part. But it's good practice to kind of just try and use it, because when you do need it, it will just be a lot easier to work out. So whenever you've got an opportunity to convert something from decimal to hexadecimal, try and take it, and then you'll make your life a little bit easier down the line. Okay, so that seems to be all we need to do, is just set the values and set the frame number here. And then on an update, we're actually going to do, let's have a look. So exit if stunned, so we don't need to do that. We can toggle between two colours, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, and that's the other thing as well. Debuggers don't show things in decimal very often, so it's another reason why it's good to know. And yeah, binary is another one. The thing is as well is if you do get used to using hexadecimal, when you want to do binary, it's going to make more sense to you, because binary is much easier to work out from a hexadecimal value than it is to work out from a decimal value. If you're working out from a decimal value, you basically have to go through all 8 bits and work out are any of these, which combination of these 8 bits makes that decimal value. But with a hexadecimal value, you can break it into 2 nibbles very easily just by taking the first character and the second character. And then you only have to work on 4 bits at a time, and it's very easy to work out what 15 is in 4 bits. A value from 0 to 15 in 4 bits than it is working out the whole thing. Not saying you can't do it, obviously you can do it, but okay, so we're gonna, this sprite, we're gonna flicker between white and white for now. We may want to change this between 2, but for now our macro is set up like that. I'm going to go for a smoke in a minute. I'm just going to get this actually spawning. And then we can look at it. So, don't need to get static memory. We don't care if it's hit a projectile. We do need to update the position, because I believe update position is what actually sets the enemy on the screen somewhere. Without it, we won't be anywhere. And then I think there is a draw call at the end somewhere. Position enemy, there you go. So we'll do that position enemy and RTS. And that's the very basics of getting a power up on screen. It's not gonna be able to die at the moment. I'm gonna put an RTS in here. It's not gonna be able to die. Death will be on pickup basically. But it is going to be able to spawn. You're not going to be able to shoot it, which is correct, because that's what this is about. If it's hit a projectile, if it's been stunned, and all this is what's going to do the enemy collision. So we will need this. But let's just see if that spawns now. So if we look, so it is the 4th thing to come out of a pipe. So we should get behavior 1, then behavior 2, and behavior 2. So behavior 1 is flying, behavior 2. So we should get 2 walkers and a flyer. Flyer first, then 2 walkers, then a power. Depending on the length of the pipes, obviously. Yeah, binary knowledge is definitely essential. I mean, the thing is, without the binary knowledge, you're going to struggle. I mean, you can do it without binary knowledge, but you are going to struggle with things like bit shifts and stuff like that. If you don't actually understand what's going on when you do a bit shift, what do you mean? I know that. Then it's going to get kind of confusing as to what's going on, and understanding how. I don't know why that one. Oh, Okay, so that crashed. Okay, I'm gonna go for a quick smoke, but that crashed when that thing came out. So at least we know we're kind of on the right path now. Just need to figure out why it's not doing the right thing. Okay, figure that out when I come back. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. 2 or 3 minutes. Right, I'm back. I've brought some more wine as well. It's been in the fridge for about an hour, so hopefully it's cold. Yeah, I would say ASM is not the easiest one to begin with because it's not as readable as some of the higher level languages, but I think it's very it's broken. There are, so if you look on my YouTube, there are some beginner streams. In fact, I can just do this kind of. There are some beginner streams on there for 6502. Also, Old School Coder has got some good stuff as well, so it's worth checking out his channel. I don't know if you're listening to Old School Coder, but if you want to post a link to your website as well, please feel free. Let's try the gamble out. Yeah, it works for me. Yeah, there you go. So if you check out Old School Coder's site, he's got some good stuff on as well. Please, if you're not already subbed to my YouTube, please go ahead and do that. I'm closing in slowly on 1,000 subs, which would be nice. And you'll find all sorts of stuff on my channel. I just recently started doing Game Boy development, and I'm learning from the beginning. So Game Boy is probably, if you're interested in doing Game Boy stuff, it's probably a good series to follow as well. Okay, so we're getting a behavior problem when we get to this behavior for some reason. So I'm going to put some breakpoints in and just see if we get some. So first of all, I want to see if we actually get to this breakpoint. I don't think we do. I think something weird is going on here. So let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then boom. Okay, so we're not hitting that breakpoint. So now I'm going to go and put the breakpoint in here, just to see if we get to this point. Should have made it done. Oh, that's interesting. It's definitely to do with this one thing. Maybe it was the. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, it's definitely to do with that power-up type. So when that power-up is coming out, it fails for some reason. It could be that 0 is the wrong thing to put in here, so let's go and have a look at what's actually happening in this. So spawn enemy from pipe. Enemy data list, okay. Enemy list, so that's been written by something up here, if I remember rightly. So it's a bit of self-modifying code, which is correct there. But we're not hitting that breakpoint, which makes me think that actually it's failing at this point. So let's have a look what the value of y is at those points, and let's do this in the debugger. If some reason it's not accepting my alt key. So this is the first sprite that's spawning, and this has it says 3 for some reason. Okay, so let's have a look. So this should be getting pipe enemy type. Okay, something weird going on here because it says it's. See, the Y register was 3 here, so I would not expect it to be 3, but let's continue. 3 again, actually 2 at this point. And then 4. Ah, okay, so I think the Y is not the type number. When the character spawn out, get the enemy type. Oh, this is getting, it's not getting the enemy type, it's getting the number in the list. So this is the wrong thing, so let's just get rid of this. So this is actually getting index in the list here, it's getting these position here. This is where we are here, so at this point, accumulator is now the enemy type number. And so we need to, if it's positive, we don't need to do anything, otherwise we need to set it to 0. So it should fix it. Doesn't seem to draw. Okay, it didn't crash, but it didn't draw our correct sprite on here, so let's just have a look in here. Maybe we need to set the enemy frame again. Do we set the enemy frame in here? We have a position enemy. Set enemy color, has hit projectile, update position. Just gonna get rid of that one. I'm just gonna move. So let's just do that. Let's put a breakpoint here. Let's see if we actually do get into this update function. Hey Jace, welcome to the stream, dude. This wine is so much better. Okay, so weirdly it's not showing that last one. Maybe if the enemy is 0, it doesn't do anything. So let me check enemy spawn enemy and see if there is something which is ignoring if it's 0. Push accumulator does stack. Let's find the next friend move. If it's found, we go. We need wherever the pull is. Pull, here we go. Store enemy type X. Con spawn. So I think the spawn behavior is happening. I think this is happening. So I think it's in the enemy behavior update, this bit here. Yeah, I mean this should be working. I don't have a personal web page. I did have a blog where I was doing repairs and stuff, but that was kind of it. I didn't do anything else. Okay, so we're hitting that, so it is spawning it. I think the problem is it's not doing the update. So in here, call behavior. Let's have a look. So update enemies. Here we go. Is the enemy active? Here we go. Loads the enemy type. Okay, so if it's 0, it's if the enemy type is 0, it's actually classed as not active, so 0 is not the right thing to do here. I think we can still keep it as behavior 0 in here, but we need a special thing on our lookup. So when we do the core behaviors, I'll sit in this bit here, where we do this transfer accumulator to X. So the accumulator at this point is the enemy type. So we can do it in where was our behavior? Spawn enemy, here we go. Oh no, where was the So basically, we're just moving this check around to the right place. We just need to change it to a 0 at the right place, and the only time we actually need to change it to a 0 is when we actually run the updates. So it's this bit here. Node enemy type, y. If it is active, it comes here. Then it calls core behavior. And then core behavior is what needs to do the checking here. So, right. Let's get rid of our break in here. Keep this break in just to make sure we hit that one. Yeah, you're welcome to the stream tune too, but I'm not going to click a link from somebody I don't know. And there you go, you can see the power up there. Oh, interestingly, we actually changed the colour to grey, didn't we? So this multicolour here is actually this, so that's what it looks like. I mean, if somebody else wants to check that link and see if it's Commodore 64 relevant, if it's Commodore 64 relevant and it gets confirmed by somebody else, then yeah, it's not going to get played. Sorry, dude. Wrong stream for for dropping Unreal Engine 4 stuff in. But I will save the link and check it out later, just because I am interested in what indie devs are doing. So I'll put that in my list. Okay, cool. So we've got an actual sprite spawning now. Okay, so now we just need to make it fall to the ground, because obviously this needs to actually land on the ground. So if we have a look at our updates, flying candy monsters don't land on the ground, but these ones do land on the ground. So we can have a look at the update in here. So it's quite simple here actually. Check below enemy and fall if needed. So okay, do fall. I think it's as simple as that. I think that's all we need to do. We need to go and check the do fall routine and see what these two values are. Do we need that update position? I think we might need the update position before it draws. So done position enemy. No, we don't even need the update. So I think update is just if we want to move it ourselves, which we don't. We're just going to let the routine handle it. This is what actually draws. And let's go and have a look at that behavior and just see what that is actually doing. So enemy macros, drag this over here. Do fall. X check, Y check. So this is X check, Y check. I'm sure what that means by X check, Y check. Oh, how? Oh, where it's actually positioning this should be fine. I think we just need to move it up from 21, so this will actually be 16, like so. And hopefully we should now see that fall to the ground when it comes out. I do like how he came in, dropped the link, and hasn't said a thing since, so... Yep, so I can't die when I hit that, which is pretty good, so that means that stuff is working. I didn't actually see it drop out, so... Yeah, probably a bot as well. So I don't know where it's going to spawn now. Okay, cool. I noticed when it dropped up here, it went into the ground a little bit, so that might be something we need to address. One option might be to have this animate slightly and kind of bounce up and down a little bit. So if it is on the ground, then just to lodge up a little bit. Let's try it again. I did get a follow from him as well. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Alright. So my first thoughts is that power-up is too big. Power-ups aren't that big, are they? They need to be a bit smaller than that. So I'm going to reduce the size a little bit and import it. So let's just reduce this down. So let's do it by just shaving the edges off of this. Oh, it looks a bit more acceptable, doesn't it? I think if it's too big, it's just going to look really weird. So it does now mean that this is going to be a lot less rounded. I hate drawing. It's really not my thing at all. That just looks like a number 5 now. Actually, that wouldn't look too bad if it was that way. Oops. That'll do for now. I mean, it's not important how it looks for now. Let's just add a few in so we can get some random ones in here. So let's add 4 in. So speed, invulnerability. I'm going to change these. These will be something else completely. Color switch. So I'm just going to do a let's see for this. It's like G. Speed, invulnerability, color switch, and then one others. Let's have a think. Speed, invulnerability, color switch. Freeze might be nice, actually. Oh yeah, high jump. Jump, yes. Yes, definitely. Let's put a jump in. I think a freeze might be nice as well, because in single player it's just going to make it easier to hit the enemies. But in two player it's going to freeze the opponent as well. Why not animated power-ups? They can be animated as well. We just got to be careful with sprites as well. We could have 5 sprites like that and then just have one like that, so it just flashes every few sprites. To be honest, I'm not too fussed what it's like, because yeah, the placeholders exactly the same. Hey Microman, thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciated very much. Oh my god, this wine is so much easier to drink, I've got to say. So it'd be better if I didn't pour it all over my mouse mat. This mouse mat is disgusting. I need to clean this at some point. It's one of those big, kind of long mouse mats, and it just picks all the crap up from everywhere. And then I spill stuff on it, and then I wipe stuff on it, and it's just gross. I'd show you, but it's really gross. We could just have a score bonus, I guess, for the last one. I mean, it really doesn't matter. We can change these whenever we want to change them. This is just placeholders, just so we can see different things coming out. Nice leather mouse mat. Yeah, but a leather mouse mat would be absolutely useless for an optical mouse, wouldn't it? Get a dog, mine licks my mat clean. Yeah, but your dog also licks its ass, so you've now got a mouse mat that's got shit all over it. Saying that, I used to have, mind you, no, this was back in the days when the best mice were ball mice. So I used to have a Razer Boomslang mouse, which is, I mean, we're talking 25 years maybe ago. It was a ball mouse. It was quite a wide thing. It was quite a big, wide thing. And the best mouse mats for them at the time were glass mouse mats. So you could get this textured, like frosted glass. And they were really good. The Razer Boomslang. Does anybody have one of those? I mean, is it called a Boomslang? Yeah, this thing. This thing here. And that's a glass mouse mat, so you can see the it's like a textured glass surface that we run it on. They were incredibly good mice. This was back before optical mice were really any good. So is there any reason why you have subroutines to make it easy to follow code? So I'm basically saying just an update. So in here, this is a helper function. So Kick Assembler provides a way to create bytes that you would need to launch a program. So what this is essentially doing is typing this in BASIC or whatever the value is. So it's creating that. I think other compilers do have something similar, but quite often what you will see is a list of bytes. I can't remember what the bytes are. That emulate the same thing, but what this does is this actually does the equivalent of setting the pointer to the beginning of BASIC, then creates a list of bytes, whatever that equals SYS 2061 with a line number in it as well. So it's really just a helper function. It's a lot simpler than messing around. It's mapdata.asm. Oh, these extra mapdata.asm. So follow code. How much can you do with a Charpad free edition? You can do pretty much everything you would do without having to buy the advanced edition. The advanced edition just has some useful quality of life stuff that does make things a little bit easier to do. But you can perfect. I mean, I've used the free version of Charpad for years now. So, and in fact, for this stream, I am using the free version of Charpad. Tile sets are in Charpad. You should have everything in there that's in the normal, in the paid version. The paid version just adds some extra quality of life things to make designing a little bit easier. It doesn't have anything different in terms of tiles and char sets and screens. Mouse has the buttons this way around, so look. Oh god, no, I don't like that. What is that thing? Yeah, so this this mouse has a load of buttons on the side here. So this is a Corsair Scimitar Pro. It's fairly dirty, it's got crap all over it, but it has a load of buttons on this side which you can set to whatever you want. And they're textured as well, so it's quite easy to work out which is doing what on there. Yeah, it's really good for WoW. Yeah, but it's a really good mouse as well. It's very sensitive as well, so you can go up to like crazy DPI on it as well. No, I tend not to use them. I tend to have them turned off. But if I was to play Warcraft again, I would probably use them. But it's my only complaint with this mouse is it's a bit light. It doesn't have a weight setting. Like most gaming mice have a section on the bottom where you can add weights. This doesn't. And that's my only gripe with it, that it's a little bit on the light side. So. But the textured buttons on this side is why it's kind of good. It's really easy to figure out which button you're pressing. It's just my fingers are too fat, so even if I can feel button 1, there's a good chance I'll press 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the same time. So okay, so I feel like we should animate the sprite a little bit. I think we will get it to kind of just bounce up and down a little bit as well. So I'm just wondering in here, so when we do the fall, if the carry flag is clear, let me jump to here. Otherwise what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use, this thing here, I think will allow us to change the position. I think this might be that, but I'll check this way around first. Update position. So we're not going to do anything on X, but we're going to do -16 on Y. So I just want to see what this does. It's probably going to flick to that position. Obviously, it's not going to be smooth, but I just want to make sure that it does that. Land Solo, thank you for the follow. That's a great name, by the way. I think we'll move this. Actually, let's do that now. Let's move the power up into an early thing in the list. In fact, let's just make that the only thing. Actually, this introduces an interesting problem in 2-player, which I'll get into in a second. So this should spawn our power up. Okay, it's not doing the behavior. I think that needs to be this. So the way our level works is enemies are spawned from this list. Whenever an enemy dies, the level counter counts that an enemy has been killed. And that does two things. Firstly, it affects the eat meter down here. Okay, yeah, you can see it's moving now. It affects the eat meter down here. So that would mean that picking a power up, which we can't do at the moment, but oh, I died on it. That's not good. So I need to check that. Picking a power up would actually increase the eat meter, and we need to maybe get rid of that. But that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is you need to eat every enemy on the screen. You need to clear the entire list in order to spawn it. So you can see that the door hasn't spawned yet, and that's because this still exists. So until I get rid of that, which I can't because it's not attackable. Thanks for the host in there. Welcome to the stream, dude. Until you get rid of that power up, that door is not going to spawn, and that adds an additional problem, right? Because that means if you clear all the enemies on the screen and there's only a power up left on the screen, then you have to get that power up in order to spawn the door. Which, for one player, is fine, but if you imagine two players, right? I can now go, well, I know where that door will spawn, so I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to wait for this guy to grab that power up. And then I get the door bonus for going through the door first. Or, if I've highlighted more platforms than the other person, I can say, well, I don't want to grab that power up, because if I grab that power up, it's going to switch. But at the same time, this player's going to be, well, I do want to grab that power up. So it kind of forces the behavior to be a little bit different. So I think we need to make sure that those power-ups don't count towards the enemy bonus, towards the count bonus, which means we're going to have to do a little bit of tweaking around there. But let's get them working first, and then I'll remove them from the enemy count. So they need to not count towards the total for the level, and they also need to not count for the diabetes meter, the eat meter at the bottom. I still think that should be called the diabetes meter. I think that's a great name, but I have a feeling that people might complain about that. Right. So let's get it animated. So at the moment it's just doing a shitty little shake, but we'll get rid of that. Basically, what we need to know, we're going to create 2 new variables in here. Actually, we'll just create one. And we'll call it bounce. Oops. This number here is the index into the static memory that gets created. And if you pass a value in, then it will set that value. If you don't pass a value in, if you pass null in, it will set whatever's in the accumulator. Not millennials. That's a good point, actually. Yeah. So we're going to set the value, bounce value to 0, and then what's going to happen is if we have hit the floor, which was this one here, then we are going to set that value to something like that, right? And then what we'll do here is I think we can just get the static number a little bit. Maybe that way. Not in there, sorry, in here. So we get the bounce value. If the bounce value is 0, so if it's equal to 0, then we're going to go and do full like normal. Otherwise, we're going to update the position, and we're going to subtract 1 from our static memory. Oh my god, pressing all the wrong buttons. Call this finish. So what this is now doing is, it's once it hits the floor, it's then going to go into a bounce mode where it's going to set the counter to 8, and then it's going to 8 times it's going to subtract a value until. Oops. Why is that not loaded? So we just need to get this value right now so it bounces the right amount. Okay, it's bouncing all the time and then it's stopping. That's because this needs to do that. Okay, I don't know why it's only moving that much. Maybe this value is kind of. Let me put a really high value, and maybe it's fractional.
1, 2.
Oh my god, what have you done?
Outrun. 1.
All we do is J S R R T S J S R R T S J.
Oh, there we go. That's kind of nice.
T
Thank.
S J S R R T S J S R R T S J S R R T S J S R R T S J S R R T S.
Is that it? Yeah. Thanks for the bits, Hayes. Do you remember when they used to do on a Saturday morning on I can't remember the name, but they used to do kid shows on Saturday morning TV, BBC and ITV. And they used to have these phone-in games where you would phone in and you would be live on TV, but you would basically be shouting left, left, right, right, fire down the phone. And then obviously there'd be some guy in a booth somewhere going left, left, right, and just copying your actions onto the screen. It was terrible, but yeah, BBC. Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but yeah, definitely. Yeah, Swap Shop was one of them. That was it. Yeah, but they used to do these really terrible games where they used to get viewers to phone in and basically shout instructions down the phone, which was kind of funny. Was it common to use level edits in the 80s to define behaviors of enemies or power-ups traps in some screen levels? The data file, yes. I mean, to be honest, level editors would mostly be written on the machine itself. There weren't many, at least in the early days of the C64. I think as they moved to more kind of cross assembler stuff, they did start kind of putting editors on those. But I mean, if you look at games like Creatures or Uridium and games like that, they were all the editors for them were done on the systems. They weren't done on separate machines. So we're in a really kind of nice spot now where we can use the power of modern computing to make things a lot easier. So yeah, I believe. So I know Steve Rowlands used to do a lot of stuff on the Amiga in Deluxe Paint, and he used to do it in Deluxe Paint first, and then convert it because it was just easier to work with the mouse and the faster computer, and then convert it on the C64 when he was happy with it. So, Creatures, no Creatures 3. So there you go. We've got a little bouncing power up, so we can change this bounce a little bit. So if we we increase the amount that it bounces by in half this amount. So this is obviously a fractional value, so I'm going to make it like that. Then this will slow it down a little bit and allow it to bounce a little bit slower. Actually, I preferred it the other way around, I think. Or this needs to bounce a little bit less, so we make it 10. That's kind of alright. Again, this is just showing how we can use these behaviors to do things. So, I'm just going to knock it down. It's just a little bit too much still, I think. Let's try 08 and let's slow it down ever so slightly. Let's just do 96 on that. Helps to actually press fire and wait for it to play on its own. Interesting, it keeps picking that same pipe even though it's supposed to be on anyway, these are values we can adjust at a later date, but you can see it kind of, it's nice and flexible. We can play around with it, and this is the cool thing about this is why writing macros like this for this kind of behavior is good, because you can create a set of maybe 10 or so yeah, but it uses CIA timers as well, I think. So you can create a set of like 10 or so macros, and then you can use them to create all sorts of crazy effects. So and you see now all I need to do is change these two values, and I'm changing how this behavior works. And this behavior is quite small, although when it's unrolled in memory it's going to be quite big. It's isn't the CI timer for the set? No, it should be applied to every random that you grab. Every time you grab a random number, it should pick a CIA timer. So, but it doesn't seem to be doing so. Maybe I've done something wrong here, or maybe it's just picking the next available pipe or something. I'm not sure. Okay, I really need to take a quick break, so it's a bit early, but I'm going to take a short break. And when I come back, we'll get rid of this behavior, because we shouldn't be dying when we hit it. Thanks DMX. Thanks for joining the stream, and see you next time, dude. So I'm gonna take a quick 5 minutes, guys, and when I come back, we'll sort the rest of the behavior out. All right, be right back. And I'm back. I'm going to change my headphone because I'm not sure it's run out of battery or not. So, thank you, Landfellow. And there's I don't know if he's still around, but there is YouTube as well if you want to catch up on the older streams. There we go. I'll put a link to YouTube in there, why not? There you go. Okay, so we've got to power up, but obviously we die when we hit it. So the behavior is what handles the projectiles, because that's, we can see in here, if we look at an enemy, has hit projectile. But the actual player to enemy behavior, I think, is in here somewhere. So we need to find that and just make sure that if it's a power up type, you remembering all the code again now then? Yeah, pretty much. I don't know how, because it's such a mess, this code as well. This is not for those who do want to write game, I would suggest writing your code in a much neater format than this. It's a bit messy. But this is what happens when you write entirely when you're drinking, and with gaps between. Usually you will be writing your code on a daily basis, not once a week or once once a month is the case at the moment. Yeah, there's a few comments here and there, so maybe not enough though. I don't imagine you want to tidy it up all at the end. I might do actually, because I think it would be useful. I'm really looking forward to the polished stage of things, because I've got loads of cool ideas on this. I want to do a kind of overhaul of the graphics as well. I know you've done a lot of the graphic steps, so I'm probably going to work quite closely with you at some point. We'll do the graphics off stream though, to come up with some really nice style for the whole thing. I want it all to kind of tie together nicely, so yeah, if it works, don't break it. Who did the graphics? Who was it who did the graphics? Was it Foray? I think Foray did, didn't it? Yeah. And I think Stoker did the sprites as well. But we need to start thinking about level design anyway. We'll do some level design on stream. I think the guy's probably alright, and the majority of the background is fine, but I think we need to kind of tweak some of the colours and themes in it a little bit to get it just right. Because I know I've asked Foray a few times to change the colours, so this isn't what we originally drew. So we'll go through some of that and work it out. I think the guy and the crown are probably alright. And as I say, the majority of the background is okay. I think some of these colour schemes we need to work out. If I do tidy up the code, it's probably just going to be to split the files into smaller files. Not actually I'm not going to refactor the code at all, but I may add more comments and just break things into smaller files, because some of these files are huge. I mean, if you look at the player one, where is it? This one is massive. I mean, it's anytime I see line numbers in the thousands, I think there's a problem. And there's definitely a lot of responsibilities going on in here, which could be separated out into different places. So, yes, there's a lot of kind of setup like this, but I mean, even that could be in another file. This whole chunk here could be imported from somewhere else. So there's no reason for it to necessarily be like that here. You know, you've got almost 200 lines of kind of variables basically. So if I do tidy up, that's probably what it's going to be. It's not going to be anything super drastic. I'm not going to refactor anything. If there is refactoring to be done, it'll be done on stream, and it will be out of necessity more than anything else. Okay, right. So what we're looking for is enemy to player collision, and it's in one of these functions somewhere. I could have sworn it was in this enemy thing. Maybe it's not. Enemy check player collision. Here we go. So this is the function we need. And at the moment this is just checking who sprites. It's checking the player against the enemy, and the enemy is this one here. And we're doing a check here to see if the enemy is stunned, which is good. So we can use the same check here to check if an enemy type is of a higher value or not. So we're looking at enemy type, which should be in here somewhere. Enemy type, there we go. Where was that? Player collision, here we go. So we can load enemy type, Y. And this is why it's good actually that we moved that change from 255 to 0 into the actual behavior call, because we need that enemy type to, well, we don't need it, we could have checked for 0 here as well. But what we're going to check, because 0 is actually used for an inactive enemy, so what we're going to do instead is we're going to check here now to see if it's positive, and we don't need to do anything with it going on. Otherwise, jump to next. And that should be enough. That should be all we need to do, and that should hopefully mean that we can now walk over that enemy and it does nothing. we will need to update that to actually pick the power up. But for now, let's just make sure that we can walk over it without dying. So can't shoot it, which is fine. And now I can walk over it, which is good. Cool. So let's do the pickup routine. So this is just preventing us from actually having any collision here. But actually we do want the collision, but what we want to do is, instead of dying, which is this one here, yes, so this routine from this point on is, let's put, player has hits with enemy. So at this point here, we will probably do the collision instead. So I'm going to put an increment in here just to increase the border, and then I'm going to jump to next. And then I'm just going to comment this block out for now. So hopefully what this should do is, when we're stood on top of the sprite, we should get a flashing border. Assuming that we're not doing anything else with the border elsewhere, we might be, but no, there you go, it's perfect. Oh, we do have to go quite a bit over it though. Look at that, we're having to move quite a way over it. Not so much on that side. Okay, let's have a look why that might be happening. So that's probably happening because these are centered and these ones aren't. So let's shift all of these over to the middle. Okay, we don't have a middle. Let's just do that. Also, I didn't export the new files, so we still had the big sprites in there. So this should be a more acceptable size. We're going to have to change the collision in the behavior. So at the moment, the collision's using 16 as the base, whereas it should actually be using, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's about 12 or 13. So let's go and change that in the behavior. So that's, where was it? This one here. So let's change it to 12. Be fine. Okay, so we should get a smaller sprite coming out now. It should bounce correctly on the floor, which it is doing, and hopefully. I mean, we're definitely hitting it a bit sooner, but we're still getting quite an area where we're not. I mean, apparently that isn't picking it up, so okay. Let's go and have a look at this routine, so we can get rid of that now. Actually, we probably do need that, so I'm going to copy it. And that's because what it's doing here is it's grabbing these values as our X offset and our Y offset, our width and our height as well. Okay, so we're assuming that all enemies are the same width and height, which is kind of bad. I mean, we shouldn't be doing that, because these are two very, very different widths and heights. Which means we probably want to update these values at some point. So I'm going to put to do in here. To do, as every coder knows, means I've noticed this is a problem. I probably won't fix it, but I'm just going to point out that it's a problem. For now, we'll worry about the kind of accuracy of those that are left out. That could probably come under the polish stage, I guess. I just want to make sure we can actually pick them up. And so this is where we need to do whether or not we've actually hit. We have hit it, so we need to pick it up. So, so the Y value is actually. Thank you for the follow, El Copito. Welcome to the stream, dude. Yeah, so the Y position isn't the Y index isn't changing, and that's the one that we use to grab stuff about the enemy. So we can use that here. So if we type $Y, it's a normal enemy. Wow, worst typing ever. So at this point we've hit a power up. So I'm just going to put the next here. And then I'm going to put one more enemy back in, just so we can see the difference between... Actually, I'll put two enemies in. So we can see the difference between hitting an enemy and hitting the power up as well. Yeah, to-do does mean everything in Spanish, yeah. So now we get 3 enemies. Okay, so I should die if I hit this one when I start flashing. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm dying immediately every time, so... What have I actually done here? Okay. Ah, okay, no, so... Oh, it's because of this here, so this should actually be next. These tunes are really good tonight. This is I can't forget whose playlist this is. Let me have a look. It is LBP's Favourites. It's a good playlist. Some good tunes in here. I think it's all scene music. So yeah, I'm correctly dying when I hit these things. But I shouldn't die if I put that up here, which I don't, which is good. Interestingly, if I'm invulnerable, I can't pick that up. So that's the next thing I need to check, is if I'm flashing. So I'm flashing now. I should immediately be able to pick that up, and I can't at the moment. So I need to adjust that. So player invulnerable, here we go. So I'm going to move this on vulnerability check, and I'm going to put it down here instead. Because we were checking invulnerability before we checked if we'd picked a power up, so moving that invulnerability check to there should prevent that from Greenberry socially distancing. Okay, so let's... Oh god, that's going to be a 9 month. Oh no, I can get to that, okay. And there we go, perfect. And I just need to make sure that if I'm invulnerable, yeah, that's perfect. And it's only when... Okay, good. Cool, so next step is to actually do the pickup. We'll do this in the enemy behaviors. So we have an on-death behavior here. So I'm going to put a breakpoint in here. And we need to make sure that when we hit that on death, that we trigger something else. So hopefully we trigger the breakpoint. So I'm going to get rid of this. Now we need to hit this. Now the reason we need to trigger the on death is because the behavior itself knows what the power up type is, which is this thing here. At the moment it's just setting an enemy frame based on actually let's set the enemy power up frame as well. So so we need to load actually what we need to do is we need to get static memory. So we need to get our static memory power up type, and then we need to add 38, which is the first frame basically. So that gives us 0, 1, 2 or 3. So we should get S, I, C or J, 3 different power up type, 4 different power up types, and then set enemy frame null should use that. Let me just double check that that behavior does work like that. I think it does. Set enemy frame. Oops. Set enemy frame. Yeah, there we go. And frame's not null. Yeah, okay. So if you can also set 0 in here. So 0 or null will do the same thing. But I'm going to use null as its. Have you not got any points left, Steps? Oh no, you do. It seems like 333 is an invalid number. Let me try that. I win every time as well. Oh my god. Winnings of the devil. I think there's other ones as well. I think there is... I mean, if you check the Streamlabs gamble options... there is... Oh, it doesn't actually say, but I think there are other options as well. I don't think you just have to use gamble. I think there's slots as well. I think you can do... Oh no, maybe not. Oh yeah, there you go. Ah, there you go. You see now it's picking a different power up. So it's picked I this time. J this time. Yeah, cool. So it is picking random values, which is good. We may want to weight these as well. We may want certain ones to be more common than others. For now, it's fine. We can always make a lookup table if we want to weight them, and it actually might be easier to weight them just because the random number generator. If we use powers of 2 in here, a power of 2 minus 1, and it's really easy to just use the value. So I might want to use a lookup table for them. I'll worry about that later. For now, it's fine. Okay, so we're setting the enemy frame. So now we need to actually collect the item when we pick it up. So we have this... where is it? The on-def thing here. So somewhere in behaviors, in the enemies thing, probably in this one here. No, see, on def isn't there. Let's check in enemy macros. No, it's not there either. So let's check projectiles. Let's hit projectile. Check versus projectile. But this is just going to stun things. So we actually need to look at the absorb behavior and see what happens in here. So on an unabsorbed behavior, Oh, actually, we don't. I don't think we use the on death at any point. On death RTS. On death RTS. So we do need to change that to actually trigger the on death behavior. Okay, that's fine. So we can do that in here. So this is our routine. We've hit a power up here. So what we need to do is we need to call behavior with a behavior offset as well, which is the Y. So we will actually here our behavior offset for on death is, let's go to the top. So it's 0, 3, 6. So we need to load Y with 0, 6. I'm not sure what the free index is. Store X index, free index. I need to work out what that is. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Also, what is this? I think this is a debug thing. We can get rid of that. No, don't need that. Oh yeah, this was all the CPU jamming stuff, wasn't it? So enemy type. Okay, so basically we need to transfer Y to the accumulator. So enemy type, load Y with 6, which is going to be our offset, and then call behavior, which should call out on death, which should break. So hopefully now if we hit a power up, we should get a break. Acmefin trying to get extra money there. You see, this is a good tune. Okay, so I can die correctly there. Oh, not hitting that core behavior thing here, and we should be doing. Let's just have a look at the call behavior function. I'm still doing call behavior. Okay, so that's this thing here. X is now the enemy type number. If enemy is 255, then it's a power up. Behavior offset, which is this way here. Okay, we should be hitting that. I don't know why we're not hitting that. Yeah, these tunes are good. I like them. Put a breakpoint in there and then let's just step through it, see what happens. Super quiet. I have noise cancelling, yeah, so so I had to raise volume here and lower everything else, which means it's quiet. Yeah, my mic is on full, so I can't really make it much more louder than that, unfortunately. Yeah, I tend to be quite quiet anyway, so because my girlfriend sleeps in the room just beyond there, so I don't want to wake her up, so I tend to be quite quiet anyway. But my mic should be fine. See if I might be able to add. Okay, I might get louder in a second, guys. There we go. I've added a gain to my mic, so I may just get a little bit louder. Hopefully it's not too loud though. But if everybody has to up their volume, I'd rather fix that. Let me know if it's too much. You had to half it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'd much rather it be correct for things. So, you know, the sound is not my forte with these at all. So, no, you can double Call of Duty. But you don't play Call of Duty, do you? Hey, it's terrible. Okay, so we're hitting that. Let me run it in the debugger though. I've not played Call of Duty since... Actually, no, that's a lie. I played Black Ops 3 a little bit because I was intrigued about the Battle Royale mode. And it was fun for about a week, and then I got really, really bored of it and went back to Battlefield. But prior to that, I hadn't played since Modern Warfare 2. I really enjoyed Modern Warfare 1. And then when Modern Warfare 2 came out, I thought, okay, I'm going to give it another chance. I'm going to try this out. And it was terrible. Really didn't enjoy it at all. Why's that not letting me go in? Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. So we hit this routine, which I'm going to follow through now. So our Y is 6, which is our offset. Okay, I need... What's Control F... No, Control Shift F3. There we go. X is now the enemy number. If the enemy number... Oh, see, we've hit a power up, so it shouldn't be doing that. It should be going into this section here, but it didn't. X is 2, so it's actually saying the enemy. Oh wait, is that the... Okay, enemy type. That isn't enemy type 2, that's enemy type 255, or it should be enemy type 255. But instead, what it's doing is it's picking up that value from the bottom. Thank you for the follow, Anticore. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So that means the value that we're passing in is wrong. Where was it? Loading enemy type. We already have the enemy type in the mode, so I don't need to do anything. There we go. That's what it is. So let me get rid of the brakes that I don't need. So I'm going to get rid of... Oops. Get rid of this one. And hopefully we hit the brake that's here now in the on-death routine. There we go. So we've hit the on-death routine now. Also, note it's not as close as it should be. Again, this is because the hitbox for picking up things is the same as the hitbox for hitting the enemies, so it's a little bit flaky. Yeah, I do like my Battlefield. Actually, we'll have to do that at some point. We'll have to have a like kind of maybe on stream. We'll have a game where we, in the latest Battlefield, whatever it is, Battlefield 5, whatever it is, we'll just get everyone together who wants to have a game, and we'll just go and play some Battlefield, because I really do enjoy that game. Partly why this machine was built, by the way, for Battlefield. The ray tracing in it's really nice. So a new follower does show up in users in chat, even if they haven't spoken in chat. Okay, cool. So we've now got the on death working. So what we can do here, we need to remove that enemy now. So I need to find out from the absorb behavior how we remove an enemy, and I'm hoping it's a standard thing. If it's not standard, then we need to factor it out a little bit. Here we go. Enemies total count. So this is, I'm going to make a note of that, because that's probably what we're going to have to change to make the door spawn. Enemy total count. Number of frames in each animation, frame timer. Do draw the frame, not finished. Date frame, okay, finished, here we go. Oh, we literally just stored 0 in the X register. Okay, so do that in here, which means we do need to pass the index in this core behavior as well. So let's go and have a look. I would assume that we're already past that, because it seems like a relevant piece of information for these behaviors. Behavior enemy LSB X load X index. There we go. Which is why we passed that X in here, which I believe we're already doing. It's already set up. Actually, it's not. Oh no, it is. There you go. Playing vulnerability. No, that's the player number. So we do need to have X as whatever's in Y, basically. Okay, so, no, that's not right. It's let's think about this. Oh no, that is right. Okay, so transfer Y to the accumulator, transfer accumulator to X. Load accumulator with naught, sorry, no, it's okay. So this should allow us to pick up that thing there. Yeah, let me know if anybody is interested in playing some Battlefield online. I'd definitely be up for that. Okay, it's not picking it up. Let's put the breakpoint in here again. It would be Battlefield 5, I think. Yes, 2 was the best. 2 was absolutely awesome. 2's definitely my favourite one out of the lot. There was a map on it, Strike at Karkand. My god, that map was unbelievable. Wait, what? Oh, pressing the wrong button. Yeah, I did enjoy number 2. The first one was all right, but it wasn't really until the second one where it started to kind of form its kind of. It must be cheap now, surely. There's so much content in it as well. I'd be up for that. That'd be kind of cool. Just all jump on Discord. What's the team? Is it 4 or is it 6? I can't remember, but you can get like a squad together of like 4 or 6 people or something, and we can just run around and scream at each other while we fail miserably at things. Okay, I feel like that isn't working now, so I'm just going to get rid of that and just make sure that this behavior gets called, because it seems to not be calling that behavior now. This really is kind of the last in-game behavior that we need. Okay, it is hitting that. Okay. So let's go and have a look at call behavior. So call behavior stores X in index. Then what is that X used for? Because it's just loaded here and then immediately jumps into here. But it seemed like the moment I put that, and the moment I did this, it broke for some reason. Ah, that's because the accumulator has been overwritten. So let's push it. It's very inefficient, but whatever, don't care. Which means I can get rid of that. There we go. So I can pick it up. I mean, it does nothing at the moment, but I can pick it up. So the next step is to make sure that the right player gets that power up and gets something added to it. So my healer's not working. Seems like puzzle games with girls and skulls. Oh, well, yes, that's exactly the sort of thing we'll be screaming on chat. It's good, and it'll make for a good stream as well. What would be kind of cool as well is if we probably doesn't need to, but yeah, we could maybe stream from, like, if anybody who normally streams wants to do it, we could all stream at the same time as well, which would be interesting. So you can watch different views. But yeah, I'd be up for that if somebody wants to do that. I've not played it for a while, but it's pretty good. It's not Boxy Moxie and it's not Mike and Molly, but it's a puzzle game with girls and skulls. Okay. I'm intrigued now. I'm intrigued. Okay, so the final thing we need to do is, once we've actually picked the power up, so this is just removing the power up, but what we need to do at this point is, when the call behavior happens, which is this bit here, is just going to call this function, the onDeath function, and then return. So what we need to do before we return is get the static memory and get the power up type. And that means when we get to this point, where is it? Here. Accumulator is now the power up type. So that means in here, what we can do is we can add 2 new things in here. So we're going to add player power up type. And we'll we also need a power up timer as well, because obviously some power-ups are only supposed to last a certain amount of time. Power up timer. So we just need to make sure that the ones that only last an amount of time, so speed and invulnerability and jump. What did we add? So we added speed, invulnerability, jump, freeze. These are all power-ups that have timers. So they're going to need a power-up timer in order to count down. So let's just assume that every power-up is a speed power-up for now. And we'll do that one first. So power-up type doesn't matter, but we are going to store it. So let's go back to enemies. Okay, so which player has hit it? So the player that's hit it is in X here. Now, do we store the X anywhere? No, and we really should, because it's going to cause us problems if we don't, because it's used in this loop here, and here we're actually overwriting it. So I'm going to transfer that into accumulator and push that onto the stack. After I've transferred the original one, and then here, oh god, that's gonna get messy, isn't it? Alright, let me think about this. 0 page, that's what's gonna come to our rescue here. So let's bring up the 0 page. Let's call this power up type. Oh, boob, that's a good one. Just checking, he's just checking what, yeah, so whenever I do self-mod code, I always put beef in there, because it's just easy to spot. So whenever I and that's a piece of advice I would give you, is if you are using self-modifying code, put your address as something you would never write anywhere else. So I use beef. Boob is another good one. AC/DC, as Step says, is another one. Dead is another one I've seen used by people, just so that it becomes second nature. So when you see that, you think, that's a piece of code that's going to get self-modded somewhere, and you can then go and look for that as well. Just makes it really easy to spot. So okay, so what did I do? Power up type, yeah. Is this actually in his namespace now? Okay, so I can store it to power up type. No, it's not power up type, is it? Accumulator is now the power up type. Power up player number, and so now I need to store the accumulator at player.player power up time. X. So now I've stored what the power up type is. For now, we're just going to do speed, so it's always going to be the same. It doesn't really matter what the power up type is, but we do need to store a timer value. I'm just going to put FF in, because this is 5.5 seconds, which might not be enough time, but let's see how it feels, and then we can always change this at a later date. So he said though, another way I've seen it done as well is if you just in a global label file, you have something like this. And then it really doesn't matter what you put in there at all, and then you just use that label in its place instead.
The Scatman skibby dibby dibbyo da dub dub yo da dub dub skibby dibby dibbyo da dub dub yo da dub dub in the Scatman.
In the Scatman. I think my text to speech sounds terrible. Yours sounded like a train. It was crazy. Thank you for the bits, Hayes. Appreciated. I'd really like to see context-aware text-to-speech, where it can look at it and go, "Oh, that's the lyrics from this tune," and then actually do it in the same in the right style. I think that'd be hilarious. Anybody could figure out how to do that, it'd be great. I guess a decent machine learning program tied in with a search engine could probably do it quite easily. So now we're going to store a value for the power-up type and for the power-up timer, which means now we also need in our update function for the player, which I'm hoping we've just got an update. Let's have a look. What have we got? We've got collisions, player 1. Anything without the freaking question mark on the beginning would be good. These are all labels. Spawn player, kill player, initialize, draw player. That's probably not the right one to use, but we can we don't find another place to do it. I could have sworn there was an update. Let's go through spawn player, get solutions. This is a problem we're not touching for a while. Draw player, maybe it is draw player. Maybe it was just really badly organized. I'm not surprised. I mean, look at the size of that. Yeah, it probably is that. That draw player function is huge. Player control, maybe. Jump and fall. I think draw player is the one to do it in. Alright, fair enough. So if the player is active, we jump to here, otherwise we would skip the player completely. Okay, so then this is actually setting up the player X and Y. Player setup complete, okay. This gets the default idle frame, jump to subroutine, set player size. Okay, so we're going to do something similar here. So not set player power, it's update player power. And what this is basically going to do, this is what's going to control our timer. It's going to be a very, very simple function. So it's literally just going to grab player power up timer, comma X. If it's already 0, don't do anything. Otherwise, we're gonna decrease that value. And that's it. That's all we're going to do in that function. We don't care about anything else. All we're doing is decreasing that timer. If we want to lengthen the amount of time that the timer takes, we'll still use an 8-bit value. So at the moment, the highest value is 255. This is going to happen every frame. So that gives us just over 5 seconds, just a fraction over 5 seconds. Good night, Sinlao. Oh, we do use the same TTS lady. Okay. I don't know why mine sounds different to yours then. Maybe I have some kind of anti-spam thing on or something. I know Streamlabs do have some TTS spam protection, so although it still lets you do a 40-second long TTS thing, so yeah, if we want to increase this longer, then we can use the kind of 0-page timer toggle thing that we use to double or 4 times the amount of time. So at the moment it's 5 seconds. We could extend that to 10 or 20 or 40 seconds, and then adjust the timer values accordingly. For now, let's just do 5 seconds. We can adjust this later on. So This is just updating the timer. So what we need to do is in our movements phase, I think we do have a speed somewhere in here. Because it's based on, yeah, walk speed. Here we go. Walk speeds LSB, walk speeds MSB. So this is because what we do is we have 3 speeds depending on how big the player is. So we have this value is the fastest you move, and this is the slowest you move. So ideally you want it so that if your opponent is the fastest, which is this one, and you are the slowest, then grabbing a speed pickup will give you a boost over the other player. In which case, doubling it is enough. So if we just double the player's speed at this point, okay. So let's find walk speed. Let's see where this is actually used. Okay, so set player size. I think this is called every frame as well. So I think this might be a good place to do that. Yes, it is. Update player power up, set player size. Okay, so we can probably do it in here then. So this is actually grabbing the size values and putting them in there. And then this function, this label here is when you're complete, we jump to this position. So what we can do is we can then go, okay, we're going to load the player power up type. X, and we'll compare that to
Can't start me engine, need a choo-choo train instead.
Okay, that's you win with the best one tonight. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bit sack with him. That was pretty good. I like that. It's the fact that it does the first one with there's a little pause. It goes diz. It's kind of good. I like that. Cheapskate TTS bits. Brilliant, guys. Brilliant. Fitting for 8-bit. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to start doing Jaguar code next then. Although, it's a controversial question. Jaguar, 64-bit, 32-bit, or 16-bit? Because I think I know what it is. Yeah, see, it's not 64. I don't think it's 64 at all. I think that was just a very clever marketing thing that they did. I think, personally, that it was 32-bit. Some people say it was 16. Some people say it's 64. I think it was 32. I think it used... yeah, but the addressing modes were all 32. There was no 64-bit addressing modes. And some people claim it's 16-bit because it was using 16-bit... what was it now? It's the opcodes or something. Something in it was 16-bit. But I think it comes down to the memory addressing modes. And I mean, you can take a 64-bit CPU, but if your Windows is 32-bit, then you're only ever using 32 bits, and it's completely pointless that it has a 64-bit CPU. So it's all down to your kind of memory addressing. So yeah, exactly. It's no, because the SNES had more than 64 kilobytes. 8-bit is 64 kilobytes. So. Raid. Good point. Thank you for the raid, LM Orchard. Welcome to the stream, dude. And thank you for the shout out for the Orchard there, Andy Magic Night. What have you been doing tonight? What have you been playing, or what have you been coding? Prince Phase, I know on Databus. Yeah, see, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because for me, if you've got a 64-bit CPU, but your memory addressing is only 32-bit, then in my opinion, you're only really truly 32-bit. Maybe it's just a matter of you're only as your bit width is only as wide as your lowest denominator. In which case, you could argue that the C64 is actually 4-bit, not 8-bit, because the color RAM buffer is 4-bit. So. Tinker around with retro style alerts or my think this is a good place to wander over to after. Well, thank you very much. It's appreciated, dude. Retro style alerts, cool. My uncle works for Atari. He says it's 64-bit. Well, Atari did very, very aggressively push that it was a 64-bit console. But I mean, if you take a look at what the Jaguar was doing in comparison to the PlayStation, the N64, and even the Saturn, it was just so far behind. It was crazy. Thanks for joining, Decor. Oh, you're from Rotterdam. Cool. Never been to Amsterdam. I've never been to Holland. I would like to go at some point. Rotterdam always makes me think of what's it called, Ridge Racer on the PlayStation, because they had a lot of kind of Rotterdam dance music, and in fact I think one of the tunes on it was called Rotterdam something or other. Anyway, thanks for joining the stream, dude, and hope to see you next week. Yeah, so we're going to do it in here. If the player power-up type is 0, then we don't need to do anything. But I think what we'll do instead is actually we'll check if the power-up type is 1, and if it's not 1, we'll jump to here, because for now, all we're doing at this point is changing the speed. So I'm going to put a breakpoint here. What this also means is in our power-up types, so where our power-up is actually this one here, we actually need to increase the power-up number by 1. So what we want is power-up 0 to actually be there is no power-up, and we want power-up 1 and onwards to actually be the power-up. So even though our power-up 0 is technically this one here, we'll renumber these, so they'll start at 1 instead of 0, and we'll use 0 as the inactive, because that seems to be the common kind of theme that we've got going on here. Hey Furrow, welcome to the stream, dude. yeah. The sad thing is with all of these things, it's the same with internet providers as well, with their megabits versus megabytes. They're all very different values, and they're playing on the fact that the majority of people, the majority of the consumers, don't really know what these values are. So they go with these values that sound impressive, rather than the values that you're actually going to get. Actually, with ISPs, they've kind of tended to fall on the side of megabytes rather than hang on. Yeah, they've fallen on the side of megabytes, I think, rather than megabits. No, they haven't actually. They've fallen on the megabit side, haven't they? Because yes, that's right. Because if I download on 1 gigabyte on my 1 gigabit connection, I don't get 1,000 gigabytes per second. So again, they've done the same thing. They've gone for the megabits rather than the megabytes because it sounds more impressive. It's so stupid. It is really stupid, and I think they definitely did the same thing with but do you know why that is? So the USB stick and hard drive thing becomes because technically a megabyte is not 1024 kilobytes. A kilobyte is not 1024 bytes. In SI units, a kilobyte is actually 1,000 bytes, and that's how they measure it. They don't measure it in the IT terms. They measure it in the SI unit terms, which is really bad. But it means like when you buy a 1 terabyte drive, what you're actually getting is like 920 or so gigabytes, because they actually do everything from hard 1000, 1000, 1000, 1000. They don't do it in 1024 like any sane person would do. And the USB sticks have just gone down the same route, because it's a standard that's kind of been set by hard drives, so they've gone down the thing. Oh, it's called kibibytes and mibibytes. Okay, cool. Yeah, it is really frustrating, because people, when you look in Windows and it says 1 terabyte, you expect that to be the same thing that your hardware is measured in, and the fact that they use 2 different values is kind of bad. But again, it's another case of inflating the actual space on the hard drive. So 1 terabyte, as somebody says here, 931 gigabytes, whatever. But that means if you buy like a 16 terabyte hard drive, you're actually not getting 16. You're probably getting less than 15 terabytes, which is a whole terabyte missing is quite a big chunk, right? I didn't know they had a specific name though. Kibibytes and mibibytes. Okay, cool. I went, hell no. Yeah, I mean, why would you? I mean, it's such a weird thing to do when computers have. I mean, that is like when you put memory in your. When you buy 4 gigabytes of memory, you get 4 gigabytes of memory, right? You don't get 3.24 gigabytes of memory. You get 4 gigabytes of memory. So why is it different for hard drives? And the only reason I can think of is because it helps them sell more for less. So. Hey Nuag the Cube, it's your choice not programming directly on the Commodore. Oh yes, I have a Commodore here. I mean, it's a C64 Ultimate, but it is a Commodore. But I'd much rather not code on the C64 directly. It's I did do back in the day, but it's not really comfortable to do anymore, to be honest. So I'd much rather just code on an IDE that has things like undo, multiple tabs, ultra wide screen, things like that. Working with 40 columns, no undo, it's just nah. I used to do it and I could cope with it, but it's not for me anymore. Okay, so we're going to add 1 to the power up, just to go back to what we were doing. So our power up starts at 0 here, but we're going to add 1. So this becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take that value, and in our update function, we wrote a where was that now? Update play power up. There we go. So in this function here, if it is already 0, if it's not 0, we're going to decrease it and exit. If it is 0, then what we're going to do is we're going to take the number 0 and we're going to store that in player power up type. So let's just make sure that if there is no power up, if the player power up runs out, then we set 0 so it doesn't get triggered again. And so now let's see, find where that is now. I'm going to go for a break in a second. There we go. Yep, so we check in here if we're on power up type 1, which for now I'm going to just comment this out because I want all of the power ups to do the same. So when we actually set individual power ups, I'll use this code, but for now we just want, if there is a power up active, then it's a speed power up. So the way we're going to do this now is we're going to take the speed values and we're going to double them. So this is... Oh, do we not have proper values for these? Player walk speed. Oh, okay. Let's put that in there. That's going to get confusing. Otherwise, player walk speed. There we go. So this can change to this instead. And it looks like we're using Y here, not X. So I'm going to change that. And then I'm going to player. Walk speed on Y. Why is it using X here and Y here? That's weird. Oh, speed offset. Okay, I might need to do some checks around this. Play number 0 or 1. Player speed. Player walk speed. I thought we'd already worked this out. I'm pretty sure we tested this. Oh. So it's a 2. Oh, this is why we have Y. Okay, so it's a 16-bit value for the speed, so that's why we have a different offset here, which is why we do this ASL. Okay, so I'm going to put a little comment after here because speed value is 16 bits. 16-bitty. Break and then parasol. I've still not fixed my OSSC, so I can't really. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. I think there's like there's a capacitor in there, and I think I've blown it. It's just behind the screen here. I need to open up and test it. If I was to play anything tonight, it would probably be Super Mario Maker on this. I'm really enjoying the it is small surface mount stuff. Yeah, it is it's about 2 millimeters by 1 millimeter. It's really tiny. But I've got a hot air workstation and a microscope, so for me it's pretty easy to do. It's not a complicated thing at all. I would like to do some maybe not streams, but some YouTube videos on some of that stuff as well, because I do a lot of like Xbox repair and stuff, and the surface mount stuff is really interesting. I would definitely recommend anybody who's interested in this stuff just kind of giving it a try, because you'd be surprised what you can repair once you know how to do it. Like I'm able to open an Xbox One and basically replace any of the chips on the board, with the exception of the APU thing that's in there, because that's like got some weird kind of mounting. But pretty much everything else I can replace, and it cost me a couple of pounds, like £2 or £3 to replace these things. Lewis Rossman too. Yeah, I mean, basically, if you watch what Lewis Rossman does, it's basically that. I can open a phone, I can open a switch, I can open anything that's got surface mount components and change the stuff on it, and it's absolutely, it's freeing being able to do that, because the amount of money some of these repair shops will charge you is crazy. And I do hate Apple enough. Yeah, I do think Lewis Rossman is funny because he absolutely detests Apple, but they are his livelihood. Without them, he wouldn't have a business. But his business is basically doing what they won't, so it's kind of funny. Okay, so we're going to take this value here. So we're going to take the lower value first. Now, double the speed. Oh, there was a follow. I missed that one. Tanuki no Kitanama. Thank you for the follow. That sounds like a New Zealand name. Are you from New Zealand? It sounds like a kind of Maori name for some reason to me. Tanuki no Kintama. Yeah, it sounds Maori. Let me know if I'm wrong. Probably am. Probably just being highly racist, but I apologize if I am. But it does sound like a Maori name. Okay, so we're going to load the warp speed, we're going to double it. So that means we need to shift it to the left. And then if the carry is set, we need to carry that over into the next one. So what we're going to actually do now is we're just going to roll the value in +1. Now, whoops, I'm not sure if roll comma y is a valid opcode, so I'm going to check that now. Where's my opcodes? God, I've added so many crazy bookmarks. Okay, so roll comma y is not a valid one. Okay, that's fine. If I can just load it, roll it, I'll store it back again. It sounds like anime to you. Not going to type what that name means. Translate. You see, there you go. Tanuki no Kintama. Yeah, actually, it does sound a bit Japanese as well, doesn't it? Yeah. 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 Okay, this is showing my age again. Do you know why I thought that sounded Maori? So there was a singer from the 80s called... God, was it? Yeah, Kiri Takanawa was an 80s opera singer from New Zealand who sang Maori songs, but she also sang a very famous song. I can't remember the name of it now. That's her name. She sang a very famous song from the 80s. I'm trying to remember what the hell it was. Because her discography has shitloads of opera in it. But somewhere in the middle of this, there will be a pop tune that she did in the 80s or early 90s. Yeah. But she was New Zealand. I'm not sure if she had Maori heritage. I think she probably did with a name like that, actually. But that's kind of what made me know what that is. But yeah, Tanita Tikaram. Oh, she. Oh God, I remember her as well. I need to look at that. Hang on. I remember her. Yes. Oh, she's British, though. She was born in Germany, daughter of an Indian Fijian British Army officer. Okay. Ancient Heart. Is that the one I know? I think that's the song I know from her. Ancient Heart. Yeah, I think it is Ancient Heart that I know. Yeah. Rugby Union Team World and Union. Is that Kiri Takanawa? Yeah, I think that's where it comes from. I think that's what I remember. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to go and take a quick break, guys. I think we're almost there now. They should double the speed, but I'm kind of desperately need to go to the toilet, and then I'll take a break, and when I come back, we'll check that this works, and then if this works, we'll add the other power-up abilities in. We can definitely do speed, we can definitely do invulnerability, we can definitely do jump. and then we can see if we can get freeze and color switch working at the same time. Color switch needs to be only 2-player, otherwise it's kind of pointless. All right, so no. Okay, so actually this should just work, right?
2, 3,
Oh my god, Akmafin.
1.
This dish, this dish, this dish, this dish, this dish, this dish, this fish dish. This goading is like a bridge over troubled water. Let's have a drink. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you for the bits, Akmafin. Well, it seems turning text to speech on makes people cheer bits, so should have had it turned on all along, I guess. Oh, we're running low and I don't have any more alcohol. I'm gonna have to take my time a little bit, I think. See? 2 bottles. 2 bottles is what I need for one of these streams. 1.5 isn't enough at all. Anyway, let's give this a try. Let's see how we go. So this is my speed now. And then somewhere is going to be one of these things. It's going to give me speed anyway. Oh, that's kind of cool. It does. And it does give me 5 seconds. That's really cool. Why did it say BR like bridge? Oh yeah, it did. Like a bridge. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it looks like we've got speed working. Hopefully, just need to check that the door still is active when I absorb the last guy, or which it's not. See, so we've got a problem because now the door is not activating up here, and this is because so we need to fix this. So this is the enemy counter. So we have an enemy counter which is part of the sits in the absorb function somewhere. This enemy total count, and this is actually worked out at the beginning of the level. And if we look at the map data, the enemy total count is calculated from these 2 values. But I need to discount all of these, or I need to make sure that these count. But I don't want the... I don't want the power-ups to count. So I want to be able to leave a power-up and still get to the end of the level, because power-ups should be optional. You shouldn't have to grab a power-up. And in the case of 2-player, the color switch, for instance, would be something you don't want to collect. Everything else you might want to collect. So a speed power up, you might want to collect. A freeze power up and a jump power up, you definitely would want to collect. Jump, speed, freeze. Yeah, they'd all be things which would benefit you towards getting to the exit first. But the color switch is something you don't want to have to grab, because if you're in the lead, actually, this is not true, is it? Because maybe the power-up should count. No, because it's not gonna... No, okay. We need to work out where that enemy count comes from. So let's find all places of enemy total count and work out. So this is where it's decrement. This is where it's incremented. Enemy total count, increment. Okay. Spawn enemy. Increment enemy total count. Enemy type. Okay, so if this is negative, then we don't want to actually increase the count. So let's do that. Let's try that. I'm going to leave the thing alone and just grab the enemies instead. Oh, now you see it's still... And I think that's because there's probably a comparison somewhere. Decrease enemy total count. So at this point here, this is where we decrease the enemy total count. I'm kind of thinking the enemy total count is not the, so it's decreased here, it's increased here, and then we grab that value here. So we check if there are less than 5 enemies. So we get the enemy total count. Spawn check complete. We need to find out where the end is triggered. So I'm going to assume what happens is, on an update, we check the spawn timer. No, it's going to be on enemy removal, isn't it? So in our behaviors, where I've just done, where did I just make that change? It wasn't in there. It was going to probably be here. Okay, it's the animation. Pardon me. No, that's the transition. There's going to be a door. Oh, door. There we go. Thank you for the follow, Paul Davies 13. Welcome to the stream, dude. So how do we know when to show the door? So there is an update function. Switch update. So it's if the switch shows. Oh, hang on. Did the switch actually... Hang on. I'm assuming the door's going to spawn immediately. It doesn't spawn until you press the switch, so... It might be that this is working. Oops, shit. So keep an eye on that switch. No, so you still can't press the switch. Still can't press the switch, but I can run. Oh, that's kind of funny. Actually, do you know what? I think 5 seconds might be enough for that. I think 5 seconds might be the right amount. You're not having good luck, are you, with the old gamble features tonight? Steps. I don't know why. I'll tell you what we will do. 2:30. I'll switch over to the Raspberry Pi, and we can pick a random game from the Raspberry Pi and give that a shot. If my joystick is plugged in, which is not. Alright, no, I can't do that because my joystick isn't plugged in. Not sure if I plug it in right, so I can do the Xbox pad. Okay, it is kind of worth. Well, we might do some retro pie after this, so. Okay, so the enemy total count. So this switch is only activating when a certain value is hit. So let's go and have a look at the door. Both players on switch. Okay, so it's going to be before that. Check is the level complete. Okay, oh. Player 1 eat count, player 2 eat count, compare pipe number of enemies. Okay, so we have number of enemies. Which, this thing here. Auto-filled by initialize function. Don't see it filling that value in. Alright, let's search for this. It's definitely to do with this value. It could be that this map data copy is the thing that's doing it, because it's not there. So let's have a look at map data copy. Ah, okay. Okay, so let's have a look at what we've got here. So map data copy, so it copies the pipe spawn, number of enemies. Here we go. So it's this value here, number of enemies. So the problem is because this is just grabbing these two values here, it's not counting these here. So either we need to make this a more clever routine here to calculate this value, or we just hard code it. So if I put 2 in there, it should be fine. Oh, you won. Well done, Steps. What did you bet then? 22. Okay, that's kind of crap. You'd expect more than 2 for getting 3 of a kind. Might just say that, and I still don't understand Hazy's pay table. There we go. Okay, that's cool. So that works. Okay, so I'm gonna try and do some kick assembler magic here. So the problem is I don't think this is gonna work, is it? I think this has to be hard coded. So, all right. Going to put it in brackets like that so we can actually see what the value is. It does mean now that if I change anything in the enemy list, I have to change this as well, whereas before it was just the enemy list, which is slightly frustrating. But so this would be 4 here. Bit annoying, but it should work. So now I want to test this with grabbing the power up as well, and then I want to check with 2 players as well. So let's grab the power up. And you can see I've grabbed the power up and killed an enemy, and yet the switch isn't active. It's only going to be active when I kill this enemy, which it is now. Oh, right. And the second player can come in. Okay, so what I'm going to try now is I'm going to try 2 players. One player grabs all the enemies, the other one grabs the power up, and then we'll try it the other way where we grab all the enemies and the power up, and the other player doesn't grab anything. So this player is going to grab all the enemies, so he gets fat. And then we can compare the speeds, so you see. So this player is now fat. This player is going to grab the power up. So, oh, yeah. Okay, no, that's fine. Now I need to do the same again, but I want one player to grab everything. So this player is going to grab everything. And we're going to check speed. So I'm going to get this player over to this side so I can test speeds. So the player should be faster than the other player. If you've got speed, no matter how fat you are, you should be quicker than the other player. Which definitely is. Okay, cool. But you should still take 2 players to the switch. Okay, that's good. Okay, so that's the speed bonus working. So let's have a look. We've got invulnerability as well. So let's add some power types at the top. We'll have speed. Vulnerability. Color switch is something we'll probably end up doing on the next stream. I think we've got about an hour and a half left, so jump we can do on this one, I think. Freeze. Yeah, I think we can maybe fit that into this one. And I think a score bonus, I said, was the last one, which would kind of work quite nicely. Which is when you pick it up, you just get a big old chunk of score. Oh, Stream Elements lost some data. Okay, cool. I've got a huge decision to make at the moment as well. And I really hope my boss isn't watching. I don't think he would watch this stream. I know he knows I do this, but I don't think he watches it. But I've been offered a security placement in our sister company. And I'm kind of being a bit disillusioned with the tech side of things at the moment in the company that I'm currently in. And my security kind of knowledge has been growing over time. So I'm seriously considering switching to the other company to get a more kind of, what's the word? Consistent and stable, I guess, is the key word here. So yeah. Leaving Thalamus. And I don't work for Thalamus, my god. Yeah, I my problem is at the moment, so I'm in a kind of technical architect kind of role. And I work on code that is very core to pretty much every part of the business. So everything that I do has a massive impact on the business. And there's probably 50% of it or so that only I really know about, and yet no one is listening to me when I say certain things. So I will say something, say 6 months ago, and say, we need to do it this way or it's going to cause us a problem. And then it doesn't get listened to, and we go and do it a different way, and then it causes a problem, and it's Muggins here that has to fix it. And then we end up doing lots of happy workarounds and stuff, and I'm beginning to get really disillusioned with it. So the other company, which is a company we split off from 6 months ago, has been after me for a while. They just haven't had the kind of the green light to go and get new security personnel. But so I'm very much into reverse engineering, as you guys have probably seen with my dissect streams. I like to pull things apart and work out how things are working. And they're after somebody to do exactly that. Basically, they want somebody to kind of reverse engineer some stuff. So I'm thinking of kind of jumping ship, if you like, and going to that. The Flash Coordinator, thank you for the stream. No, but the weird thing is so one of the things we proved, and this is before I was in security, one of the things I managed to prove was that it was incredibly easy for somebody who was not part of our company to get into our company and have access to our machines with little more than a photocopier or a printer and a scanner. Just it's absolutely crazy. So yes, there are it's about security, but there is it's about cyber security, but there are things like that, the door and checking the IDs. So one of the things, and this is probably the same for most companies as well. So most companies have little kind of passes. In fact, where's my in fact, I don't know where my pass is because I've not been to work for 3 months, so 2 months or whatever. But most companies have a little pass, and they have the logo and they have a picture on it and your name on it. And this is usually an NFC thing that you can use, an RFID that you can use on a door, and it will open a door or open your lift or whatever. And what most companies do is they will have somebody who is kind of usually in reception or something like that, who isn't security. They're usually just kind of like a receptionist, if you like, that is there, and if something goes wrong with your pass, they can kind of let you in or whatever. So as long as your pass looks like a pass, it's really easy to get into a building. All you have to do is have a pass that looks like a genuine pass from that company, and go, oh, my pass has stopped working for whatever reason, and you show it them, and they will gladly open the door for you and let you in. And once you're in, you can do what you want. Likewise, if you get to so for instance, in our company we have floors, and each floor has a little door that lets you in, but plenty of people forget their pass all the time, and so what you quite commonly see is somebody just knocking on the door and saying, oh, I forgot my pass, or my pass isn't working, and somebody will just open the door and let them in without any further questions. Yeah, social engineering, exactly. And we proved a couple of months ago that actually it was incredibly easy to get into our company. In fact, you didn't even need a working pass, a pass that looked like a pass. There's a specific door you can get into our company just by ringing a buzzer, and the receptionist just let you in. As long as you look like you work at that company, i.e. you look between 20 and 50, and you're not wearing a suit, then they'll let you into the building, and that gives you access to the lifts, which then get you to the floor, and then all you have to do is knock on the door and somebody will let you in. So it's super easy, and this goes for every company as well. It's not just mine. So yes, it's not directly doing that, but there is a little bit of kind of making people aware of these things. Yeah, or the classic one at Cliffin is to put a yellow what do they call them, high vis jacket on, because a high vis jacket and a clipboard, that's all you need, and then you'd be surprised how many people will just think you're a figure of authority and let you in. Social engineering is a really interesting thing in cybersecurity. You'd be surprised how many passwords and how many systems get compromised, not by hacking, but by people just blagging their way into places. Yeah, find your pass, I'll go home. Exactly, that's what it should be. Or there should be a dedicated place you can go to that's secure, that's kind of separated from everything else, where you go and they verify everything about you. They ask you some security questions and they give you a temporary pass, which is the solution that we've ended up with. So if you forget your pass now, what happens is you get escorted to the reception area on the 4th floor, where somebody on the 4th floor will then verify who you are, check with your line manager who you are, and only then can you get in. So Mike Zero Team, welcome to the stream. If you type tools like this, you should get a list of the stuff I use. There you go. Yeah, that's how it should be. That's really how it should be. Until you're verified, then you shouldn't be allowed in. Simple as that. So thank you for the bit steps. Appreciate it, dude. Okay, so we're going to add all these different power-ups in, and these are now going to be used by the code to work out which power-up we're actually implementing. So the first power-up we're implementing is the speed power-up. And that is... I forget where that is now. It's in here somewhere, definitely. Here we go. So this is speed power up. So we need to do the same thing. We need to do it with the jump power up, which is going to be let's close some of these down. Let's have a look. So jump power up is the 4th one, and it is actually from 1, so it's 4. I saw the wheelbarrow. One guy used to leave work every day with a wheelbarrow and a cover over, and I saw him check under the overnight, and it was empty. It went on for 10 years before. Come on. I feel like that. I feel like that is something. I've heard that before for some reason. I've definitely heard that before, but yeah, that's a good one. Not capital items. What are you on about there? Yeah, so I'm gonna give a Raspberry Pi a try. Let me just check actually, make sure that actually works on this monitor. Okay, it does. So my HDMI thing is working. So if you guys want to see me play some, I'm not going to play for long. Maybe an hour or so. Oh no, capital items. I see. So if you guys have got some suggestions as to what to play on the Raspberry Pi when it's finished, I don't know how to get back out of here. Now let's just restart it. Pretty sure there is a button. I think I might have to plug a keyboard in to get back out, because at the moment I'm in Barbie the Barbie doll, which I do not want to play, so I don't know why I'm in that game. Oh, it's made by DICE. Wow, okay. Wow, they definitely had a... Alright. I'll give it a try anyway afterwards. Which version is it? No, it's just a 3B. Stuck in the back of there. 3B with it's kind of water cooled in that there is a water cooled pipe that runs right over the heatsink on the CPU. So the water cooling pipes from the GPUs run over the CPU. So it kind of cools it down a little bit, but not by much. But yeah, I three's enough for what I need. Oh yeah, I took a look at that actually, Tinspin. I did mean to reply to you, but I got distracted by something else. I did see your message on Discord. I didn't ignore you. I apologise for that. I did see it. But I want to see a C64 MMO engine. That's what I want to see. Okay, so we're gonna do let's do the jump next, because I think that's a really easy one to, an easy win here. Let's just see what I've got in my thing. Yeah, that's fine. So play a jump. Okay, so let's go and have a look at the variables that we've got. Okay, so we do have X index. Okay, there isn't a player. Maybe there's a jump index. Here we go. So I think what we need to do is, if we're jumping, we need to double the jump value. Maybe let's see if we can find. Okay, so this is in control function. Okay, so what we're checking. Okay, we're resetting the jump index if we hit up. Store jump index. Okay, so I think doubling the jump might be a bit much. If we look at the, let's have a look at a player and see how far they jump. Oh, actually, yeah, doubling the jump might be okay. I mean, it's not going to give you much of an advantage on this screen because the platform. It would do here, I guess. You'd probably be able to jump to this platform directly, so that will be our test. I think we'll see if we can jump directly to this one, but I think doubling the jump might actually be okay. I don't think it will be a problem. So It's okay. I know you. Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm still not 100%. I'm still kind of struggling with tiredness. I'm getting there, definitely getting there. But it's this lockdown. I think once the lockdown clears, I'll be all right. But I have a funny feeling this lockdown is going to last for me in terms of getting back to work. End of July at the earliest, I reckon. And for me, that is a long time. I mean, we're in what? We're halfway through May now. So it's another 6 weeks at least before I go back to work. So does the screen wrap? No, it doesn't at the moment. And the reason for that is simplicity. So the problem with screen wrapping is when you wrap from left to right, there's two things you need to consider. Firstly, you need to make sure that the map lines up on either side. That's easy enough, and you know you can do that in 2 minutes in a editor. But the biggest problem is to do with the collision. So when you do a collision check when you're halfway across the screen, you now need to check half of the collision on one side of the screen, half of the collision on the other side of the screen, and that's an absolute nightmare. So I've kind of avoided doing that for now. Even flick screen games have a problem with that. So one of the most simple platformers you can do is a flick screen platformer like .cosmos 1. But what happens is when you hit the edge of the screen, you don't want to go to the next screen as soon as you touch the edge of the screen. You want it to kind of go off a little bit. And if you go off a little bit, that means now your checks for this side are going to be wrong. In fact, even if you just hit the edge, your checks on that side are going to be off because they're now checking values that are less than 0 on the X. They're checking -1. So all you have to do is you have to say, okay, if my check is less than 0, then make it just 0. And so you basically extend whatever that column is in column 0, you extend that. So your collision checks are always checking column 0 down the side. We could do the same in here, but I don't think it really adds much having the left and right on here. The top and bottom is kind of fine because that's easy, and you don't want the players to die when they drop off the bottom of the screen. But the left and right doesn't really need to happen, I don't think. It may be that when we do the testing, we find that actually it doesn't feel quite right without that. I mean, there is the argument that it adds an extra dimension in when it comes to, so say you've got a power up on one side of the screen, it adds an extra dimension. Instead of you both running in the same direction for it, you might think, actually, is it a bit quicker if I go this way? So there is an argument for it, but for now, I'm just going to leave it until the play test. And I want to do some quite extensive play testing with this and make sure that okay. Make sure that the game feels right, and I'm reluctant to kind of do too much early on until I know how it feels, and at the moment I don't know how it feels. So falling, not falling, we don't want that one. High fall or jump, there we go. So this looks like it's, take the player jump index, y, transfer it to X, load a value and add it, which means this is falling probably. So let's see if we can find subtraction one. And here we go, here's the subtraction one. So what I'm going to do in this spot is I'm going to load okay, this is at 1578, so I just need to find where that other chunk of code was. This bit here. Go back to our other code. It's the subtract, it's here, okay. And so now we're checking for power up, jump. Okay, there is one of these here, but it's the only one, so I can put this here right there. And that means if we are in the jump, so if power up type, compare with power up jump. If it's not power up jump, then we go to is power up jump. And what I want to do is exactly the same thing again. So I'm just going to do this exact routine again, and this is just going to double the jump. So we are using a jump power up. So subtract again. Okay, now I need to actually get the jump power up, so I might have to restart this a couple of times. Top bottom wrap around is enough, I think. Yeah, I think so as well. I might be wrong. It might be that when we go to do the so that's not a jump. What's that? That's invulnerability. It might be that when we do the play testing, and I want to do play testing multiplayer with I think there's like a net play feature on this. What's that? It's not. What we got on here? We've got SICJ, so we're looking for J here. Speed, which does give us speed, which is, I'll tell you what, that speed is insane. Okay, cool. Oh, damn it, I didn't want to do that. What I actually wanted to do was reset. Where's the reset one? Soft reset, Alt F9, hard reset, Alt F12. Well, they don't work, so I'm really not a big fan of the new version of Vice. 3.4 is a bit weird. It has its issues. Like, things have changed to the point where they don't work anymore. Like, the monitor stuff is really... That's hands down the most frustrating thing about this. Right, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to force the right value in here. So, just to go back to our power-up behavior... here, grab a random value, so I'm just going to load that 03. There we go. So it's -1 because it's 0 to 3, but it's going to add 1 for it. So yeah, but I think Vice 3.2 is the best one. The reason I've updated 3.4 is because it does fix some issues with Gmod, which is something I'm targeting for some of the projects I'm working on. Okay, that did not affect the jump in the slightest. And so let's put a little breakpoint in here. Load power up type, comma X. Okay. It's not power up type, comma X, it's power up type, comma. Oh shit. We might need to store the X and bring it back again. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning here. It's just to do with the registers that we're using. So current player is here. Load Y with current player, decrease Y. That's what we need. I'm going to do it in X though, because that's what I've already got set up, and I can keep the Y here. But it does mean that I need to store the X and then restore the X again. Which means at this point I can... No, I can't. Actually, I need to do it here. Yeah, okay. Looks right, I think so. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what they were thinking with the new device. I mean, I get that they've used some of the kind of newfangled... Oh, wow. Oh, one thing we're definitely going to have to do is reset those reset those those values when you die, because it feels like it's jumping way too high now. Yeah, it is. It's way too high. Okay. So what we can do in that case is we can use there is a timer, isn't there, that we use somewhere. Sebi counter, that's let's do it here, then we don't have to use another label. So this is only going to apply the additional subtraction once every other frame rather than once every frame. I'm going to go for a break in a minute. Okay, so it's this one here. That's better. Okay. Okay, that's good. So the other thing I've just realized is that there is nothing to tell you what's actually happening to your characters. So there's no indicator that something is happening. You know, that you've got more speed or that you've got a higher jump. So I feel like there should be something. Maybe we'll do that with color fades or something. In the same way we've got the invulnerability, maybe we can have some set colors which just define whether or not you're faster or you jump higher or something. Yeah, exactly. But at the moment there's nothing to tell you that you're in that mode. But that seemed to work. I just want to check that that the animation is smooth enough as well, because I'm a little bit unsure whether or not it was smooth enough. It seems a bit... Oh, actually, no, it's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's alright, actually. Okay, cool. Alright, let's do the other one then. Let's do freeze. I think freeze should be an easy one to do. So let's set that value in here. So freeze is the fifth one in here. So that's one more on here. Actually, I'm going to go for a quick break. When I come back, we'll do the freeze. So freeze is basically going to be a global setting. And it's going to either be 0, 1, or 2. Or 3 actually is important. No, 0, 1, or 2. There's no way that player 1 can grab a freeze and then player 2 can grab a freeze, because player 2 is frozen. So it needs to be 0, 1, or 2. So if it's 0, there is no freeze. If it's 1, then everybody but player 1 is frozen. If it's 2, then everybody but player 2 is frozen. So that'll be a global setting that we'll set when we pick it up, and then that will be used to activate player control, probably player draw as well. We may change the color of the player to be like a blue color or something when they're frozen. Same with the enemies as well. We may freeze the enemies with a blue color as well, so everything looks kind of the same. Oh, these things are frozen. And then actually, if we grab that color from a memory address, we can have that memory address pulse through a kind of blue fade. So I'm not sure what that first word you've written there is, Akmafin. Something are a command from Simon's Basic to set your color. I don't understand the first word though. Couleur. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me, sorry. Alright, I'm gonna go for a break anyway, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, it does sound French. Back in a second. Oh, Andy. You know you love it, really. The OBS for each say color and color the same. Oh, I don't know actually. Good point. Fourth. Oh, that's a good point actually. We say fourth, but this is also okay, I completely forgot what I was doing there. Oh, freeze, that was it. Yeah, okay. So where do we put the freeze? That's the point. So a freeze is actually going to be stored in... It is actually going to be stored in the player value, so actually we can check if the player value is set. However, I don't think it's ideal to set it there, because then you're going to have to check two values. You're going to have to check, is player 1 frozen, is player 2 frozen. So we can kind of sneak this a little bit by in our update. Was it update player power up here? So in this section here, what we can do is we can say, we can do another check here. So we can say, we can do the no, actually, no, this is the wrong place as well. I'm going to put player freeze active, and this is going to start at byte 0. So while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to make sure that the initialization stuff here spawn player players active. Okay, so we need to make sure that 0 is stored in player power up timer, player power up timer 1, player up power timer 2, also player freeze active. And this is just going to make sure that when we start the game, none of these power-ups are active. But then we also need to make sure that when a player is respawned, so if you've got a jump power-up active, you don't want to die and then still have the jump power-up active. So we need to actually set that in here as well. Okay, so spawn player 1, player 2. Okay, so we can do this separately in here. So we make sure we reset the player power-up timers when they spawn. So that should solve all those issues. I felt disabled reading that. I'm feeling quite drunk actually. I've not drunk this much wine for a couple of weeks actually, so I do feel like I need more though. I feel like I'm having to kind of limit myself a bit. How's the little keyboard widget working out? Anyway, is it? I've not actually been watching it. Is it? It does kind of show, so that's kind of cool. I think this is going to be useful when I've got the debugger open and people are trying to figure out how I use the debugger. And hopefully I never type a password. I don't think I've ever typed the password in while I've been on stream. Not that I can think of anyway. Yeah, not that I'm aware of. keyboard is irrelevant. But the thing is if I do like if I do something you know, like a, you know, you can see it. If you really want to kind of figure out what I press, you can pause the video and have a look. So that's kind of the aim for this here. It's kind of for the YouTube and the VODs more than anything else. Okay, so we have this player freeze active. So what I'm going to do, when you pick up the power up, which I believe was in enemies, right? Can't remember where it was there. Yes, here. Accumulator is now the power type, so we're storing the power up type here. So we need to do some stuff here. So if the power up type is okay, we kind of need to read this again, but I don't really care. I could probably rearrange this to be neater, but so I'm gonna play power up freeze. There's a skip here. Just gonna call that skip. And then I'm gonna store X. So I'm gonna let's have a look. I'm gonna increase X, and then I'm gonna decrease X again. But I'm going to store that at player freeze active. There we go. So this is going to set that the freeze is active for this particular player. Then in the player update, I also need to store that in freeze active. So when the timer runs out, oh no, that's wrong. That will cause a bug. So so only if it goes from 1 to 0 do I actually set player freeze active. Again though, this is wrong, because if the player power up type, so this also needs to check this value here. This is already in player, so player power up freeze. Okay, so if we go from 1 to 0, okay, I'm going to listen. If we go from 1 to 0 on timer and power up is freeze, then turn off. Okay, so freeze. So now we need to check this value, see if we can play a control. So let's start with control. Play control from, here we go. So we can check here, play freeze active, compare to 0, 1, and if it is no, so if player 2's freeze active, then we go to player 2. Oops. The same functionality for player 1, where we will actually load freeze active, and if player 1's freeze active, then player 2 doesn't do anything, and we jump straight to done. Okay, so let's see if that actually freezes the players. So we're going to have to get 2 players now. Okay, and hopefully I've set one of these to be the freeze. It is, okay. So if I grab that, I can't control player 2. And now I can. Okay, cool. There was a little bit of a bug there, I think. Anyway, I need to double check that. So let's do that again. Hopefully I can't control player 2, which is good. Now I can. Cool. Right, now let's try it with the other player. Let's try doing it again. Never gonna give you up. That's what that sounded like then. Oh, now playing is broken again. Oh, it's not actually showing for some reason in my list. Okay, now playing is broken and I don't know why. Sorry guys. I got rickrolled by the Sid player. But this time I'm going to actually send... Oh, God damn it. Oh, okay. So even if I die... Oh, which doesn't matter because the enemies are going to stop as well. But okay, so let's make the enemies stop. But before we do that, let's make the player go a blue colour. So let's set... let's have a thing here. Let's call it freeze color. And the reason I'm doing it as a value here is so I can change this on the fly. So for now, I'm just going to say it's a blue, but I will have a function which cycles through and creates a nice pulse for the blue. So freeze color. So when we go to draw the player, which I'm hoping is there, okay. Color, here we go. Not invulnerable, then we load the player color X here. So what we need to do is we need to check if player freeze active and compare that to, so player invulnerable, comma X, here we go. So need to transfer that to the accumulator, then compare that to player freeze active. No. Add 1, then compare it to the freeze active. If it's not the same, we built it here. Is the same, however, we need to load freeze color, store that at so now the player should go blue while they're inactive. Vic rolled. Actually, that's one of the funniest things you've said in a while, so kudos. Okay, wrong player is gone. Okay, so in order to fix that, what we need to do so let's say this is going to be 1 or 2. So if we EOR that value with 3, that should give us the opposite, 2 or 1 instead of 1 or 2. This is why knowing binary really helps, as I think Eldridge said earlier on. Being able to very quickly kind of work out how to kind of change values. Okay, so I think if one of the players dies, they still end up frozen. So we might have to play around a little bit with that, because we went into a walk animation as then. So okay, for now I'm kind of fine with that. So let's try. Let's just make sure player 1 goes blue when we freeze. So let's get player 1 on. Let's player 2 to do all the actual work. Yep, player 2 freezes, but you can see if I pull to the left now, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna die in time. There you go. Oh, I'm kind of stuck in the freeze animation. I'm not coming out of it. Okay, I'm stuck frozen. So this guy's fine, but when the invulnerability timer runs off, he's still blue, and he's kind of. Do you dare come in here? See, I can't control him at all. Okay. So there is still a bug here. I think this is probably to do with the update. So let's have a think about the update. Not enemies, sorry. So we load the power up timer, we decrease it. If we hit 0, then we grab the power up type, and if it's a freeze, we set freeze active to 0. Okay, I'm going to go a slightly different approach to this. Instead of doing this, I'm going to do it here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare X. So I'm going to increase X and decrease X at the end again, so we get the right value. And then I'm going to compare that to freeze active. All this stuff again. Put the decrease X in here. If it is freeze active, and our timer has run out, then we need to store 0 freeze active. Otherwise, if it is not the same, you can skip. Okay, let's skip. Let's try that. So I need to player 2, grab the freeze, now this guy can't move, which is good, and then he can. Okay, I'm going to try again, but I'm going to try and time it so that I die while I'm frozen. So I need that little bouncing bear to go and hit this guy down here, which he has. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's a minor thing. Oh, there we go. Perfect. That's fixed it. Okay, cool. Anyway, so the invulnerability doesn't count if I'm frozen in terms of drawing the player. So where was that? Excuse me. Oh, it's Corona. It's upon us. Oh. Okay, so oh god, I don't even know where I've done that code there. I thought it was in here, but apparently it's not. So, oh no, it is there. There it is. Invulnerability ramp stored as an invulnerability done. So if we were to do that in a different place, so say here, we do need the accumulator, so we need to push that here and pull that here. So hopefully now this will change it so that if I die, I still appear in blue and not in my original color. So oh, see, no, that didn't do it. That didn't actually change my guy at all. Not invulnerable. Okay, so player. Okay, so it's not that. It's not that. Because this is purely to do with setting the color. So I need to do it here, I think. Try farting now. I still not got a fart. Sorry. Oh, but you could hear the sneeze though. That's interesting. Oh, the filter made it sound funny though. Okay. Okay, so he's still blue, which is good. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, so let's do same again. I'm going to grab this when I think that guy's going to die. There we go. He's died. He's blue. He's walking, which is a bit annoying. And then he stops. I'm not sure why that's happening. But it's a minor thing that we can sort out later, but it seems to be turning blue. So the other thing now is to stop the enemies from moving as well. So the enemies is really simple. So so these are our enemy behaviors. And we have this update position macro. So I think what I can do, I think it's as simple as in the update position is to just ignore anything at this point. So the first thing we do in this is we go load player dot player God, what was it, freeze active or something. Freeze active, there we go. And if that is equal to 0, then we jump straight to here. Otherwise we just immediately return, and that hopefully should set the value. The only other thing that I think we need to do is in position enemy is make sure that we use the freeze color. So when we go to actually draw the enemy, so this one here, you see here we've got the sprite color. we just need to do an extra check here. So player freeze active. If that's 0, then we jump to here. Otherwise, call that skip. It's a wrong thing, but we're going to load player.freeze. I think it's called player freeze color. Yeah, freeze color. Okay, so we'll do the same again. And hopefully when I grab this. Okay, so this guy is doing some kind of jump thing, so we need to work out what's doing that. This guy paused but didn't actually change its color. Although he did stop flashing, which is interesting. So I think it's a bit more than what we're doing at the moment. But it's going to be over here, isn't it? Oh no, it's over that side. Yeah. So he stops flashing, and he does pause, but he doesn't turn blue. Okay, so we need to work out what the difference is. So interesting. Look at this guy now. He's just going up and down. He's not going left and right anymore. Something is broken massively in that behavior. So the position enemy here. Okay, I wouldn't have thought this is doing it. What was the other behavior that we did it on? We did it on update position. So let's go and have a look at update position. Okay. So update position is currently. I'm just right. Okay, I need to check something here because. Good night, cheers. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. I need to check something here because I'm pretty sure. So let's watch when the guys come out. Okay. Oh no, see this guy's just going up and down. He's no longer going left and right. Okay, so I think changing that behavior has broken things. So let me just push the accumulator here, pull it here, and pull it here. So now the only thing, I'm keeping the value of the accumulator is staying the same. So okay, cool. So that's kind of working. It freezes, and hopefully when he restarts. Okay, cool. He restarts correctly. Before I continue and figure out why he's not turning blue, I want to make sure that if they're frozen, I can still absorb them, because that's the most important thing here. Otherwise, there's kind of 0 point. So it's frozen. Oh, and then it stops. It stops because I died, and because I died, it reset the timer. So if you die, it gets rid of the freeze. Kind of alright, I guess. That's kind of alright. I'm happy with that. We can always change that again. These are all kind of polished things. So. Okay, cool. So I need it to be close enough that I can actually freeze it in time. So I think now would be a good one. Oh, God, wrong button. Okay, cool. Right, so I can absorb. Okay, so that works. So I just need the colours to be right now. So let's have a look at the colours. Now position enemy is the last thing, so you would expect the colours to be correct at this point. And it's the same on this one as well. Position enemy is the last thing. Okay, so oh my god. Okay. That one maybe if I go in the right file. Nothing else is setting that colour. Nothing else is doing that. Oh, there's something being skipped here. Okay, so let's have a look. Enemy walks back and forth on platforms. That's not the one that's causing us a problem. This one is causing us a problem. Oh, we have an on death, but no other. Every other point it should be going into this position enemy. Let's just put a value in here. So let's just put let's put purple in here and just make sure that this is actually being that the enemies are always purple. If the enemies are always purple, then we know we've got, yeah, okay, so everything's purple. Everything's purple. Okay. So we load if player freeze is active, otherwise we grab the freeze color. Right, that's weird. I'm not sure why that's. This should be getting to this fine. If freeze is active, it's 0, then we grab the normal enemy color. Otherwise, we grab the freeze color to skip. No, I don't use numeric keys. You will see my numeric pad never activates, and that's mainly because I don't actually have a numeric keypad on my keyboard, so I deliberately got one without one. I just why have an extra 3 or 4 inches that you need to keep your mouse over to the right when you don't need it? You've got a perfectly functional set of numbers at the top of your keyboard, so. See, neither of them have gone blue now. Okay. So something is preventing them from going blue. Okay, tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to in this function, I'm going to load this value, and I'm going to store it in the border. Then that way I can see if a player has actually got the freeze active or not. It must be active because the enemies are stopping, so oh, interesting. Interesting. Maybe that's not even happening. Maybe this function is not even happening. Let's try and set enemy color. Maybe that's the one to do it in. Ah, so set enemy color is working. That's bizarre. Okay, I'm just going to create a jump called set here. If that's equal to 0, jump to here. Otherwise, what I'm going to do is remove. I don't know why that's the case. That's really weird. Something odd going on there that I'm not. Yeah, it's kind of the same with mine as well. There's a definite film of shit on top of my keys, with the exception of print screen, scroll lock, and pause, which actually have a layer of dust on. Because who uses those buttons, right? And I'm pretty sure if I had a pad, it would be the same. Okay, so those colours are not being set. That is bizarre. Okay. Alt print screen is used for making it. Oh no, Windows Shift and S. So, like that. There you go. Win, Shift, and S. Definitely the best. Line 14 missing hash. Line 14 missing hash. What? Line 14? That's like all the way back up here. What are you on about? Which, enemy macros.asm, yeah. No, that's not. That's an actual, that's an actual byte, so... oops. So that shouldn't be hash, that should be that. Also, I probably shouldn't have that there now because I'm doing it in somewhere else. So, it's quite without that now because I'm doing it in the color enemy thing, enemy color routine. It's annoying because it colours one but not the other, but you can see it stops the flashing. Actually, am I just doing this in completely the wrong place? Because at the moment I'm trying to do it through these enemy macros, and actually it's not the macros that should be doing it, I don't think. This is something that should be global to the enemies, so I think it's in the enemy behavior itself. So call a behavior. Oh no, because it's position. Position is the one that actually draws it, so this is the one, this is the correct place to do it. this one here. So I'm going to put it at the end here. Do it like that. I'm. It's really annoying how this is the thing that's making me fall down at the moment. And yeah, there we go. We just have paused. So it's like the behaviors are pausing. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Is this because in update position, if the freeze is active, then we just immediately exit, okay? Which is what's stopping it from running. Oh, it should still be... You only seem to set that colour for sprite 6. Really? Position alone. It's this one here. And 689. In which file? Which file are you on about here? Is this one player.asm? But player.asm has nothing to do with the enemies. Yeah, this is just the players. This is just player 1 and player 2. We've already confirmed that that's working. So if I start 2 players, I'll take player 2, and I'll go and grab the freeze. Player 1 turns blue. I can't move. If I start 2 players and move player 1 to grab it, thank you for the follow, Mad Cow. Welcome to the stream, dude. You can see player 2 pauses, everything else pauses. That's what that is. So what we're trying to figure out is how so I can stop the enemies from moving. So I have this update position. If I do this, it's enough to stop the players from moving. However, if I try and actually change the color in the macro, in the position enemy macro, which should always be being called. There's no reason this macro should not be being called. I mean, sure, the update position is not doing anything, but the rest of the functions should still happen. And position enemy should still get called. So I suspect that this X value is wrong here. So I'm going to put I'm just going to put an increment in here for now. I know, I'm just going to clear that. I just want to, whoops. Increment that and clear that. I just want to make sure that those players actually, those enemies actually cycle through colours. So hopefully we should see at least some kind of weird flashing going on. Yeah, so they're definitely behaving incorrectly. And yet, when you grab that, they stop behaving weirdly. Or do they? Actually, no, they don't. Okay, let's put a breakpoint in here. So this should only be called when things are frozen. Yeah, so this is because we need the X is the actual enemy index, but here we're doing lots of Y, X and Y sprite stuff. So this needs to be doubled, which is what this is here. So in this middle section here, X is actually double the value, and so we have to restore it at this point, which is correct. So this is kind of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 0, 2, 4, 8, 10. So whoops, hit my microphone. But I am going to put a breakpoint in here. I do want to see what's going on, because if I put an increment in here, then these colors do change. So I'm just wondering what this freeze color is actually showing. I'm just thinking this might be incorrect. So it should only break when we hit the freeze. Which it does. And the register says that the what we're interested in here again, we're interested in accumulator. So it says that the accumulator is 6, which is correct. And the accumulator is 6, which is correct. And that is actually stored there, you can see that. The accumulator here is 6, which is correct. Doesn't seem to be doing anything for this one. So the one that's flying doesn't seem to be doing anything. Is the branch correct? Makes the feet equal. If the freeze is active, then it's going to be 1 or 2. If it's 0, then it needs to jump to here. Yep, that seems to be fine. It's almost like this isn't being called all the time. So there seems to be some weird situations where it's not getting called. Too many videos, yeah. It's fine, it is a weird one. It's definitely a weird one. Okay, so here we are again. Oh, got that one. Okay, so it's setting colour correctly, but see how it's only affecting that one sprite? So O2. Oops. Oh, and then it stopped. Okay. Okay. I have no idea where the power-up's coming. There it is. Oh, see, neither of them have triggered this time. So neither of them ran this function. This position enemy does not exit any other way if player freeze is active. So I am going to, first of all, I'm going to store this in the border up here. I want to see if we're actually getting into this. There's something really odd going on, so it's going to be that one, isn't it? You see, no border color change, so we're not actually getting into this position enemy function. Okay, so in that case, position enemy happens here. There is no other RTS in here. Yep, there is no other RTS in here. So. Oh, wait a minute. Late position. Oh, I've just found the problem. This is a macro, right? Which means this code runs in place here, and I'm doing an RTS here. That's the problem. What I actually need to do is put a label here, current end macro. Oh my god, such a simple thing, but this is the problem with macros. You've got to be very, very careful. Don't RTS in a macro. So if you RTS in a macro, what you're actually doing is RTSing out of this other function. So I think we should see this work now. So let me date position end macro position in the new. Photograph when this is going to work now. Such a simple thing as well. It's really annoying. It's one of this is the problem I think sometimes with ASM. It's so long-winded compared to traditional languages that we do sometimes miss things like that quite easily. There we go. Okay, so the animation is still running. But they both turn blue, so we need to stop the animation from running. So let's have a look. Hopefully that's just another macro change. So this is the flying one. Do walk animation. Okay, so get static memory walk frame, set static memory walk frame. Okay, so I need to do this manually. So what I can do is just load this is traditional, yeah. Player freeze active, branch equal skip. Sorry, branch if not equal skip. So hopefully now when it freezes it should stop the walk animation as well. And then I think I'm going to call it there. I was going to play a game, but I'm feeling a little bit funny after the line, to be honest. So I think I'm probably going to call it. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Pretty awesome. Oops. Okay, I just want one last check. So how many have we got? We've got speed, jump, and freeze. So we've only got 2 other power-ups, 3 other power-ups. So we've done about half of the power-ups. That's pretty good. Thank you for the follow, the Keeper King. Welcome to the stream, dude. So I'm going to grab the power-up and then I'm going to try and I'm going to try and kill an enemy while it's frozen. Oh, damn it. Of course I need to not die. I can still die when I hit them. Just because they're frozen doesn't mean they don't hurt. I just played Bug Hunt, so that counts, yeah. So annoying though. It's sometimes assembly can be a right pain in the ass with things like that. Okay, there's a few things I note. So I'm going to make a note on this post-it note. So the first thing is there's no way of knowing. Should do it as a separate post-it note. So there's no way of knowing which power-up mode you're in. So I think we need some kind of flash for that as well. With freeze, it's fairly obvious because the enemies and the other player is blue, so that's fine. But in speed and jump mode, there needs to be something to say, look, this player has some kind of bonus. And then the other thing I noticed is when you've got the enemies freezed. I thank you for the follow, Holif, and welcome to the stream, dude. When the enemies are frozen, So like if I just hit this enemy normally, you can see it goes grey, right? But if I freeze them, there's no difference between these two. But I can't absorb that one. But I can absorb that one. So there's no way of knowing which enemy is frozen during freeze. Enemy is stunned during freeze. Now we can solve that in two ways. We can either make the freeze, the stunned animation, separate from the freeze, so that they still go grey when they're stunned, even if they're frozen. Or we can make it so that when things are frozen, everything is edible. So you can run around the screen while things are frozen, eating stuff. Because stunned, frozen, are they really any different? I mean, you would technically kind of see those as the same thing, right? And it gives you another reason to have that stun. Because in a moment, what does the stun do? It just stops them moving around the screen, which is only a minor kind of bonus at the most. But to actually stop everything, to stun everything on screen, and give you 5 seconds where you can run around eating as much as you can, I think that's a good bonus. So actually, I think we'll probably go down that route where if something is frozen, you can immediately eat it. It's classed as being edible, which will give you a nice bonus, give you a nice advantage if you grab that bonus. And I think the three that we've done, the speed, the jump, and the freeze, are all cool bonuses to grab right at the end. So if you activate the door and there's still a bonus on screen, if you're here and this player is kind of here, for instance, this player has a huge advantage now because he's going to get to that door really quickly. But if the freeze bonus appears here, you can just grab that and go through the door. So I think that's nice. Same with the jump and the speed bonuses as well. With the speed bonus, you may be able to get up there a bit quicker than the other player. Jump bonus, you may be able to take shortcuts as well. So I think that's kind of nice. We've got 3 quite useful bonuses in place. So I think on the next stream we'll do the invulnerability score bonus, which is really simple. We'll just add some score to the counter. Actually, that's the point. Why isn't the score going up? Surely the score should have gone up by now. Oh, it does. Okay. I would have thought one of the players had a high... Yeah, they didn't score. I want to check that. I'm pretty sure we absorbed one of the enemies and it didn't give us any score. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, the power-ups probably need some score as well. Oh my god. Okay, it did score. Oh, interestingly, I don't think that moved as well. I don't... Okay. I think we might need to spend some time looking at the way this is working on the next stream, because I don't think it's quite right. Because watch the eat meter here. The eat meter should go up as soon as you eat anything. It should go up. And yet it didn't go up. See, didn't go up. It should have gone up there. Okay, so we need to look at that. So we've got a few things to look at on the next stream, and we'll try and get those over a couple of power-ups in. I think score will be really simple. I think invulnerability will be simple as well. We already have an invulnerability mode here, so it's basically just turning that on again for a few seconds. Maybe the added bonus in invulnerability mode is if you hit anything, it will immediately be stunned. So normal invulnerability mode, you're just invulnerable and you don't have any effects other than that. But in power-up invulnerability mode, maybe if you hit something, it will stun it automatically. And then we'll fix a couple of bugs. So I think the next stream is pretty much covered. I think that's probably everything. If we get those things worked out, then really we've only got bugs to fix in here. I can't think of any other game mechanics that we need to do, other than turning the crown on at the right times. The crown is just going to be active if you finish a level with 2 players, basically. Thanks for the follow, Panini Panzer. Welcome to the stream, dude. We're just about to end, though, unfortunately. Alright, let me have a look who to raid. Gunstars is on again. Let's go and have a look at it. Oh, he's playing Simpsons again. Alright, let's go and raid Gunstar. Yeah, cheers guys. Really good stream. Thank you very much. Thanks for all the bits, thanks for all the follows and the subs as well. It's appreciated. And next time we do this, hopefully we will finish the majority of the gameplay. So we'll actually start looking at graphical tweaks and stuff. So it's gonna be pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to it. All right, cheers guys. Gonna raid Gunstar now. He's playing Bart on Sega Game Gear. So take care guys, and see you on Tuesday for some Game Boy stuff.